What we do here is go back.
Hello there, my delightful mutants. How are we all? I hope we're well. I certainly am. Why am I absolutely nowhere near the centre of the screen there? There we go. Also, I can do this. I realise I can do the emo thing with my hair now, which is fucking hot, right? Like that's hot. Anyway, we're not here for a fucking fashion show though. Yes. We've got content for you. There's content, but there's breaking news as well about Matt Gaetz, which we'll get into in just a second. But I need a big sneeze first. Pardon me. That had to happen. When the sneeze comes, there's no like asking it nicely to fuck off. Like that just needs to happen.
Stop it.
I can't really get help with that. Sneezing is just a part of existence. Yeah. Was Emma Vigeland lurking around when you pooped, Kev? What? What? No, she wasn't. No. I don't quite get the reference there. Is she known for pooping based stuff? I don't know. We might watch some of her appearance on Piers Morgan in a second as well. So we've got the delightful company of the amazing No Justice of the MTGs. And the first bit of the show, the first hour or so, will be on both YouTube and Twitch. But then when we go over to watch Question Time later on, so at 9 PM / maybe slightly later, because we can basically do it at any time, then we can that'll just be on Twitch, because YouTube is shit. Thank you, Kieran with bits, who says John Prescott was what Trump, Elon and Nigel Farage pretend to be, a working class person who said it like it is. True, but he did also vote for the Iraq war, so like I'm not gonna mourn him. I should explain. Former British Deputy Prime Minister and man with probably the best left jab I've ever seen out of a leading politician, John Prescott, died overnight at some point, today, yesterday, whatever. So that's a thing. But I'm not going to mourn him, because like I say, he voted for the Iraq war and stuff. Although it was, I think, one of the funniest bits of bureaucratic nonsense ever, that when he was, what eventually essentially killed his political career, wasn't that he had an affair with a woman. That did happen, by the way. He was a married man for many years and all the rest of it, and sort of traded a bit on that, image of himself, but then had an affair. But he was censured by the parliamentary committee because he was misuse of official furniture. Because he'd fucked on a government chair. He'd misused government furniture. Which, technically, yeah. But, considering those chairs are usually just filled with other people fucking the country, the fact that it was two humans consensually fucking was absolutely fine in my eyes. But there you go. Anyway, yeah. So he's dead. Rip bozo, I guess. Yes, and Matt Gaetz. Well, we'll probably get onto it with No Justice, so I'll keep my powder dry on that. But you can hit the follow button. You can subscribe if you're on Twitch. For X amount of money, it depends. I don't fucking know. Holy diver, you've been gone to like. Do not bring the holy name of Ronnie James Dio into question here, okay? I will not have it said. God damn it. Hello there, No Justice.
Hello, Kevin. Are you looking forward to having some excellent pack watch for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant?
I am. Well, it's good news all round. We've got Matt Gaetz resigned, which is lol,
Yeah.
and now officially he's just unemployed because he's not even a member of Congress anymore. Lol.
True. Because he quit to take the position. Although I guess this was to try and stop there being the House investigation into the whole, sex trafficking allegations.
Well, he definitely did it. He definitely, obviously did it. And we're getting leaks because apparently a hacker group got access to some of the documents, including the testimony of a woman who claims that she was 17 when he Venmoed her hundreds of dollars for sex.
What?
Which
That's a real pack watch moment.
is I mean, several felonies involved in that entire transaction. Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, so we'll wait and see. I mean, Trump will probably pardon him because, the fact that he's not going to be in the cabinet means I think they're down to just 7 rapists now.
But Sarah McBride is the problem, right?
Sarah McBride, yeah, clearly a person wanting to go for a piss is clearly the much larger issue. Although, can I just say, I'm not going to pile onto her because it's not the point. But liberals, can you not be shit?
No, it's pathetic. It's pathetic and spineless, right? She's betrayed. I know. I will pile onto her. She's absolutely fundamentally betrays trans people by throwing us under the bus.
I think you're in a position to much more than myself. Although I will just, briefly say, this is where kind of identity politics in its liberal sense gets you nowhere, because you've got a Zionist and a spineless lib cunt. Who is the first trans person ever elected to the United States Congress? Yay!
Kevin, I like to use the Z word.
No, I am. She is that. Look, you are allowed to use the word as a political descriptor. Also, I don't even think she's Jewish, so literally I couldn't possibly be using it as a synonym for Jewish.
Is that the specific regulation? Okay.
You are allowed to say Zionist if you mean if I describe Benjamin Netanyahu as a Zionist. Right, that's not controversial. He calls himself that. That's a thing that he believes in, Anyway, so you are still allowed to. They're not actually trying to stifle speech. They're just trying to placate advertisers. Anyway. Okay, so a person who is very pro-Israel and a spineless lib fucking idiot is also the first trans person elected to Congress, and the one rule they've introduced specifically to target just her, because this has never been a rule before. Is that she's now going to have to use the bloke's toilet because they're transphobic fucks. And rather than going, no,
truly
fuck
a party that has the interests of the working class at heart.
I think definitely the economic concerns of the Rust Belt are definitely being dealt with right now. Yeah, and rather than doing the right thing and saying no, fuck you, and carrying on with her day as usual, she went, oh, okay, I'll just use the toilet you tell me to. Do not trust the liberals, brackets, including the trans ones, close brackets. They will betray you.
Well, exactly. And the thing is, right, is that I understand her tactics by saying, I don't care about this, I care about changing lives for regular working Delawareans, right? But
yes,
you need to make that point, but also stand your own ground. Yeah. If you capitulate and concede, they'll just take this as a carte blanche to push further on further things, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They sense the weakness. Yeah. They sense the weakness. They know that people like Tom Swatsea are trying to divide the Democratic Party over this shit, and they're trying to push the divide further.
Yeah, but it's not the issue. This is why I don't want to talk about her too much, because they want you to talk about it. This is the thing: the Republicans want you to focus on where a random person is going for a shit, rather than the fact that they just tried to make a pedophile the Attorney General.
Exactly.
That's the thing they want you to talk about. So let's not talk about it.
But the thing, the response is always, we stand against this bigotry, but we know the response is always to say, we know that this is just a distraction from the fact that they have no policies to help working class people. That's very specific, right? You have to always say both of those points. That's what Bernie Sanders always does. And he's the most popular politician in the country.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas, Momala will do the symbolic thing without ever addressing any economic concerns.
Or even though she'll just quit, so I will obey the law. No, literally, what you should say. Do you remember during the election campaign in the UK? Nick Ferrari going, "Can a woman have a penis to Keir Starmer?" The correct response to this question is to say, "What the fuck are you talking about? We're in a cost of living crisis. Child poverty has reached record highs in this country. People can't afford to eat. When you ask me about genitals, are you fucking insane? Do you think your audience is stupid?" That is how you have to respond to these people when they bring up ridiculous questions.
Yeah, because it's not as if they're even asking for either clarification of a position or to have a proper discussion. They're literally just, they want a gotcha. They want you to say the answer, because either way they win. If you actually tell the truth and say, well, of course a woman can have a penis, the gender is much more fucking fluid and weird than you think it is. It's not just cock and pussy, you mental bastard. They can clip that out as, oh, see, he thinks that women can do blah, 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 all that shit. Or if you say no, then they go, well, we win then. The transes have been thrown under the bus yet again, So either way they win. So don't play the game. Ask him, why the fuck are you asking me that question? That's very fucking stupid.
Yeah, do you think your viewers want to hear questions about genitalia when there's a cost of living crisis and multiple different wars, one that could potentially go fucking nuclear? Maybe asking about genitals is really fucking stupid.
To be fair, Nick Ferrari's audience are stupid, and they probably do want to ask questions about genitals. But I think it's still worth pointing out nonetheless, because there probably are many that don't. But anyway,
Fair enough.
As I say, Matt Gaetz has withdrawn from the nomination.
Bolsonaro's been indicted as well.
Yeah, it's a real pack watch tonight. Honestly, the bodies are dropping like fuck right now, and that's good. I mean, it's lovely to see.
It's not a total pack watch, because there is one body that's dropped, which is very unfortunate, which is our hero, the man with the mean left hook, Mr. John Prescott.
Okay, right. I know this is not the point, but it was a jab, not a hook. Please, people, please get your boxing terminology correct. God damn it.
Touche, Kevin.
I will not have it. A boxer, and actually he was in his youth an amateur boxer. Has passed from this world. I'm not going to mourn him though, just on the basis that he was still Blair's fucking Bez. He still voted for the Iraq War and all the rest of it. Fuck him, I'm not going to put on the crab dance and do that. I don't think he quite reaches that level, but
I would be in that position if John Prescott hadn't been so vociferous in defending Jeremy Corbyn.
True, but I think he was doing that because he's, much like Bez, doesn't have a functioning brain. Certainly not anymore. He basically was just a Labour loyalist. I think if they put a ham sandwich in as leader, he'd defend it. I don't think his response to everything was just defend the leader. I think, wasn't it? Rather than a principled I like Jeremy Corbyn because his politics were very different to every other leader he's fucking defended. I think he was just a Labour guy, which is okay. That's loyalty's fine,
Much better than everybody else from the Blairite faction, innit?
Oh, no, absolutely, yeah. He was one of the very few who ever fucking stood up and said, this is really bad, actually. And on the point, we'll probably get on to the ICJ issuing warrants and all the rest of it later, but one of the things that's so disgusting, because it's so blatantly obvious what they're going to do, because they always do it, the ICJ is anti-Semitic. And I just think, is there an organisation in history that has done more to discredit the concept of anti-Semitism than the Israeli government? Because literally everything that ever it disagrees with them in the slightest, including other members of the same government, will be accused of being anti-Semitic. It's ridiculous. Absolute madness.
Yeah, they call Ofer Kassif an anti-Semite. Did you see the loads of people who support the Israeli government do the same thing to other Jewish people? Like the editor of Bild in Germany said that Judith Butler was an anti-Semite as well. It's pathetic.
Yeah, absolutely embarrassing stuff. Especially because, the ICJ are Hamas. Is that why they also indicted a member of fucking Hamas then? Because they also issued an arrest warrant for him as well. So, what? You dickheads.
It's equivocating. Yes, it is. Good. They should equivocate.
Yeah, they're a fucking court. They're not there to do your ideological bidding.
Exactly.
And they're not even. It's an arrest warrant. It's not even saying they are guilty. It's an arrest warrant on the basis that they may be guilty. You still get a day in court.
Trial, yeah, exactly. If you can't think you can prove your defense, then maybe that's your problem.
Yeah, maybe you are guilty, and maybe you should go the fuck to prison forever and ever and ever.
Then they say again things like, "Oh, how dare they equivocate between Hamas and the Likud party members?" And I'm just like, well, turns out you can equivocate between war criminals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I don't really draw that much of a fine distinction between members of Boko Haram and ISIS. Also, you know what I mean? Like they're both bad and do terrorism.
Or between
like,
George Bush and ISIS, like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, terrorists. That's just game recognizing game. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. So fuck them, basically.
Both sides are bad. I win the discourse.
Exactly. This is the radical centrism of human rights. Quite literally, in that I think that everyone deserves human rights and a day in court, including Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant and Matt Gaetz.
Look forward to seeing
for different crimes, but you know, still crimes.
True. Looking forward to seeing Netanyahu sitting where Comrade Dutch was sitting at the Khmer Rouge trials.
Yeah, like, I think the ICC is a fine body in its own way. It's just a shame that America, A, isn't signed up to it, and B, has given clearance to the United States federal government to invade a NATO ally, the Netherlands, in order to get any American citizens back who might be arrested and sent there. That's literally a thing in American law, as it currently stands. And it was introduced specifically for one person. Can you guess the one person they thought might end up at the ICC?
Dick Cheney?
No. Think more Nixon era, I suppose.
I thought the Fake Invasion Act was more recent than that. Was it Kissinger?
It was Kissinger, yeah. Well, the act was more recent, but it was on the basis that it was on the basis that, you know, they thought he would probably, if he went to certain places, he would get arrested and sent to the Hague. So they gave themselves pre-clearance, because technically the president should actually ask Congress for war clearance. But when it comes to the Netherlands, again, like I say, technically a NATO ally, America has carte blanche to do what it likes. Brilliant.
Great.
Land of the free, home of the brave, the shining beacon of freedom on the hill. Fucking hell.
To be fair, probably reasonable for them to think that Kissinger would end up getting indicted by the ICC. I mean, if they're going to grab Yoav Gallant and Netanyahu when they do one genocide, imagine if you'd done 3.
Yeah, no, he was very much the Ash Ketchum of genocides.
He was indeed, right?
He just, oh my god, he was
basically fomented the Cambodian genocide because of the bombing campaigns they did in Vietnam. And under his watch, they funded both Pakistan and Indonesia to commit genocides in Bangladesh and East Timor.
And really weird ones like Cyprus as well. Not technically a genocide, I suppose, but like he was just like, he genuinely was. He had to catch them all. Every single possible shred of democracy had to be destroyed. It was just every place on earth he fucked, honestly. Is there like a special, like, exclusive bit of the Lake of Fire for like that's like really, really hot? I hope so, because he definitely gets past that particular velvet rope, I think.
Definitely.
Anyway, shall we have some slop before we get into some more serious stuff later?
I wonder if there's anything else I wanted to go over before we start that up. Oh, did you see? Oh, the one thing I would say, did you see that Labour are polling behind the Tories now?
I did, yes, yeah. And they're polling way, way behind the level at which it was unacceptable for Jeremy Corbyn. Because everyone, any normal leader would be 20 points clear by now.
20 points ahead, there you go.
Yeah, fucking ridiculous shit. Yeah, and I mean, technically, because our first past the post system is a fucking joke, they would still remain the largest party, but they would lose their overall majority. Because the Tories can't realistically win now. Now that they have a genuine, credible force on the right, stealing votes and seats off them, they can't win. They literally can't win. They would have to form a coalition with Reform. And Reform would literally be selling its own voters down the river to do so. Because the only reason people are voting for them is because they don't want to vote for the Tories.
Literally. I think the future is Reform UK usurping the Tories at this point.
Probably, almost certainly, I think, yeah. Because the Tories, they haven't learned anything. Look at the policies that Kemi Bad Enoch wants to put into place, right? The two things she's come out so far and really made a big push about, even if we ignore all the stuff about maternity pay and all the rest of it, which, you know, is gross. Her two big bugbears so far have been that, I mean, as you put it, won't someone think of Tarquin? The private school tax thing, right? So you want, like, very rich people to get away with paying no tax on sending their rich kids to school? Okay, that's a real populist vote getter there. And also that millionaire farmers should get away scot-free without paying any tax whatsoever. But everyone else can go fuck themselves. Like, it's almost like you're perfectly designing your platform to ensure that a populist threat from the right will beat you. Like,
Yeah,
it seems
exactly.
almost purposely designed to allow Reform to go, look at the Tories, they're cunts, they're going to fucking sell you down the river. And then all of the normal Tory constituent just goes over to that. Like, it's ridiculous. It's almost like she's a fucking sleeper agent for them. It's mad.
Doing a Liz Truss part 2. And what's interesting, you know, because you can see how the Reform UK people almost have somehow better strategists than the Tories, which is hilarious to me. Like, because you know, Richard Tice, Nigel Farage, Rupert Lowe, all of those, like, the fucking incredibly posh motherfuckers. You know, they all went to private school. You know, they all oppose the private school tax, but they know that it's popular, and so just fucking shut up about it. They're not talking. They know that it's electoral poison to oppose it, so they're just not doing it. And yet, Badenoch and fuckers like that, they're banging on about it. This thing that affects 7% of the country. Who the fuck you think you're?
Well, it's not even.
It's ridiculous.
It's not even 7% because you've got to bear in mind most of the people who send their kids to private school can afford to do so very comfortably. So the actual number of people this genuinely affects is like 1%, which is like the poorest of the private school kids, which is still like pretty rich, but not super rich, not rich enough necessarily. So look, it's virtually no one. Who is that policy meant to appeal to? It's ridiculous.
It's such a massive, gargantuan missing of the vibe.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They've just not done the vibe check.
They've
at all.
They've not read the room because they're not even in the same building. Like, they were all over the fucking place.
No, it's just, again, and like, it's a popular policy. It's absolutely a popular policy. Very little opposition towards this.
Yeah.
And like, it's fine to say one time, and someone asks you, would you get rid of it? Yes, I would, right?
Yeah.
But they keep talking about it and talk about, this tax on aspiration, or their anti-aspiration, the Labour Party are. And I'm just like, who do you think you're appealing to? Like, do they not...
It's not 1982, lads.
Exactly. Like, when you say read the room, like, the room is anti-establishment. It's anti-elite. What is anything if elitism to support private school? Most kids send their kids to state education. It's mind-boggling. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Exactly. I mean, for me, first impressions shouldn't be everything. But you need to make a strong statement. And the fact that she used the first 4 questions she ever had at Prime Minister's Questions to ask about why are you being mean to Donald Trump. Like, really? Donald Trump is about as popular as fucking Ringworm. Why the fuck would you possibly think this was a good idea to do? Like, and again, it doesn't really matter because no one in the country will remember that except me, basically, in 5 or 4 years' time, whatever. But the point is the vibes. She's absolutely no clue of what the fuck she's really doing. She's just got, like, culture war neuroses that she needs to work through. Most people would go to counselling, but she's gone, no, what I'll do is run the most successful political party in history into the fucking ground. Okay, I mean, look, people have weird coping mechanisms, and this is a particularly unique one, you know. Well
there
done.
You go.
Yes. Anyway, should we do some Piers Morgan before question time?
Yeah, we've got 40 minutes until question time.
Yeah.
So I'm eating through some chippy tea that arrived half an hour late.
That's absolutely fine. All power to you. So he's talking with Emma Vigeland, which is the reason I wanted to watch it, because I like Emma Vigeland. She's nice and she's clever and well spoken.
Exactly.
So
she's like the good one out of, if you think of those two kind of big women in American politics, media on the left, right, and you've got the good one, which is Emma Vigeland, and the bad one, which is Anna Kasparian.
Why are you attacking the bonus hole? What's going on there? we don't speak of the birthing people, okay? Yes. So, and also, He really has done like a little heel turn thing because Trump's back in. I watched this before we got going, and basically he had a really nice chummy conversation with fucking Colonel Sanders cosplayer here, who people may remember from literally saying that he was back on Fox News back in the day, Glenn Beck, saying that Barack Obama's White House was full of Maoists.
God, I wish they was as based as
Yeah,
the Republicans say they are.
yeah. So that's a thing. Anyway.
Also, I'd like to point out, by the way,
Joining me now.
when I say chippy tea, I mean a chippy tea that I paid £10 for, not £22 for.
Well, you're not supporting British farmers then, clearly. This is an outrage.
Did you see the chip shop owner on BBC Politics getting mad at paying tax when she has like profits of £2 million and charges £22 for a chippy tea? And
Yeah.
I was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, no, I did see that, yeah. Mad. Was it £16 scallops or something as well? Yeah. Fucking insane.
£17 fish cakes.
Fish cakes, Jesus Christ. That's mental. Honestly, pay your tax. Who was it who described it this way? I think the American guy. Fuck. Anyway, BT described it as was it a guillotine tax? So in other words, you pay your tax so that the peasants don't fucking chop your head off. Think of it that way, rich people. Like, I'm not saying that. I would never chop anyone's head off. Calm down, Gil. There's no need, mate. Anyway, I would never do that, but I'm just saying that did happen in the past, so maybe, like, chill. £5 for a side salad. Oh, God. Honestly, it's like you're asking to be put in the stocks in the middle of the street and have vegetables thrown at you. It's like you want...
Fish cakes. We're pelted with fish cakes.
It's like you want to be buried alive in fish cakes.
As the host of the Amala Ekbunobi show, Amala Ekbunobi. The host of the Luke Beasley show, Luke Beasley.
I don't know who this person is. The vibes are not good. I'm just straight off. The vibes are bad.
The co-host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, and the Conservative commentator, Deborah Lee. Welcome to all of you. It's a fascinating time, isn't it, to be alive?
It's literally Dylan Burns.
So many people.
It's just Dylan Burns. That's what this is.
Yeah, no, this is just a hippy dippy. Yeah. That's like when he still calls himself a journalist. No, you're a YouTuber, mate. You've managed to find a profession less credible than journalist somehow. Bravo.
I mean, to be fair, only in the UK it's the other way around. YouTubers are clearly more legitimate than journalists.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I never thought Glenn Beck and I would have a 15-minute chat where basically I nod my way through it and so does he. Amala...
I did, because you're both fucking Donald Trump cocksuckers. So, like,
right-wing freaks.
Yeah, absolutely. You're both fucking mutants. I absolutely expected that. Jesus.
It feels to me, I mean, just this dancing alone that is going on all over America and the lack of mass protest.
Dancing? What? What is he talking about, dancing?
Feels very, very different to when Trump won last time. Are you sensing that?
Yes, 100%. And I think a lot of it has to do with the rhetoric that's been surrounding Trump. And I think this collective realization that we no longer have to be fearful of supporting this man, and we can actually be excited about his second term.
Oh, wow, it's Pick Me. Cool. Awesome. I hope the leopards don't eat your face.
You know, prior to this 2024 election, he's been called a fascist, a dictator on day one, an authoritarian.
He called himself that. He literally, the quote about "I want to be a dictator on day one" was a thing he said. He said it. And you can't argue it's just a joke. His lawyers literally argued in court that as American president, he should be immune from prosecution for direct ordering of the murder of American citizens. Literally. That was put to his lawyers in court and he said yes.
Love it.
So he actually does want to be a dictator. He literally thinks the American president should have the right to murder American citizens. Now, we know in reality they do. But in theory, that's still illegal. in theory. But he
Yeah,
just wants to go like,
Martin Luther King just looking at us from the heaven, going, "Hang on a minute, what? Excuse me."
yeah. I don't think that was in his dream, though. To be fair,
I mean, yeah, his dream probably wasn't getting murdered by the FBI.
I don't think it was. No. Although to be honest with you, I haven't really watched past that one line. It's like a greatest hits album, you know. You just want the best bits.
Likened to Hitler, and I think that created an environment where a lot of
Again,
people felt.
to be fair, it was his vice president that literally said he was like Hitler. So again, this is not something that's been put on him by leftists.
But it was John Kelly.
Well, John Kelly said that as well, but like literally the J.D. Vance. Who, by the way, is J.D. Vance still alive? Because I haven't seen him in weeks, so I don't know what the fuck's happened to that guy. But no, J.D. Vance literally said he was like America's Hitler.
Oh, he did say that, didn't he? And it was John Kelly said that he didn't say that Trump was Hitler. He said that he heard Trump praising Hitler.
Yeah, he said he wanted generals like Hitler's. Which, like, if he means the ones that did the July plot, I agree.
Like they had to sort of speak in hushed tones about their support of Donald Trump. Some of the exit polling on election day found that young men in particular were more likely than any other demographic to sort of hide or lie about who they were supporting for president. And
so America's just full of pussies then? With absolutely no conviction? Just embarrassing, shameful cowards? Cool.
now that we've gone through this election cycle, the veil is lifted a little bit. People are coming out and they're dancing. They're talking about what this future could look like over the next 4 years. And I don't think they feel as afraid to speak up about these things. Even the media is going and speaking to Donald Trump. And these are publications that would have recently referred to him as Hitler or a fascist. So I think the tables are turning a little bit.
Wow, a media organization wants to speak to the guy who's going to be president. Wow. Honestly, I'm shocked by that. That's a different thing
shocking.
As compared to every other president ever.
And that's the thing, right? I said, obviously, look forward to inflation, right? If these people didn't like inflation when it was at 9% and fell quickly because of supply chain shocks, they're going to fucking hate when they have continual, persistent inflation, when the mass deportations happen, and when the giant tax cuts happen, and when Trump does what he said he was going to do last time he was president and stop the Federal Reserve raising interest rates. Their economy is going to go into a fucking tailspin. Plus 10% fucking tariffs.
Yeah, absolutely. To Davey in the YouTube chat there, that's the link to my Twitch channel. Don't forget, everybody, the first bit of this show will be on both YouTube and Twitch. Both of our YouTube and Twitches. But we will be switching over to Twitch only because YouTube are copyright cuck motherfuckers. So, yeah, in about half an hour, we'll be switching over to that. So you'll have to switch over with us to Twitch to continue watching the good.
To kiss the ring, which I never thought I'd see from some of the MSNBC anchors.
Talking about kissing the ring. I saw someone describing RFK having to eat McDonald's on the plane as him having to kiss the onion ring. And honestly, I laughed for about 20 seconds, which, you know, it's a decent laugh.
And also, Piers just like, oh, well, people at MSNBC sucking up to Trump. Yeah, because they're fucking corporate dick lovers. Like, they gargle corporate dick. That's what they do.
That is literally what they do. But, I mean, so does Trump. So does Morgan. When he thought that Trump's career was over, he was happy to stab him in the back. And now he realises he's had to pivot back to being a gob job merchant for Trump. He's embarrassing over the last few weeks. Really. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, they've gone from being resistance libs to being Vichy libs. I think is the way I'm going to describe these people.
True.
The likes of fucking Cenk Uygur. Did you see? He was like fucking praising. He was glazing Elon Musk on Twitter about like Elon Musk
because he's a pathetic, spineless little worm.
Yeah,
is.
It's embarrassing. You're like, your whole thing is we hate the corporate Democrats. You're like, okay, cool. So the way you show that is by wanking off the richest man on earth.
Corporate Republicans, literally.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, Cenk. Honestly, I mean, get wrecked. I cannot wait for the TYT bubble to burst. I can't wait for all of your viewers to leave.
Unironically, he's just become Brendan O'Neill.
Literally,
About
yes.
4 years now.
Yeah.
Luke Beasley, are you joining in the dancing? Are you secretly bopping away there to Young Man by Village People?
Absolutely not. I think
You've got to laugh at
I'm
that.
so
I mean,
curious.
before I
I'm
let
so-
you go, before you start,
No,
you
no.
have to laugh at the irony that the guy that everyone on the left calls the
Alright.
biggest bigot in America chose the #1 gay anthem as the one he would
Just
dance to
so-
on stage.
yeah.
I mean, come on. It's fun.
Searing political analysis from Piers Morgan. He may say that he wants to strip loads of rights away from LGBTQ plus people, but did you know he likes the song YMCA? Checkmate, liberals.
Yeah, I'm sure the gay community are very, very reassured by him choosing a song made by a band with 5 members and only one of whom was actually fucking gay.
And this is why fucking liberal representation, identity politics bullshit gets nobody anywhere, right?
Literally.
Because Piers Morgan can say something like, well, he showed representation by having this one instance of queer music involved, when the fucking policy is what's fucking important. I couldn't give a shit whether Sarah McBride is in Congress or not. I genuinely can give a shit because I care about the policy. I care about the policy. I care about the actual material reality. But liberals don't and conservatives don't, because they're just fucking failures. They're just pathetic little failures.
Well, I like the idea of having good trans representation, right? I think that's actually a positive thing because they bring a lived experience to the legislative process. I think you need a genuine kind of whole society tent. You don't just want either like fucking special advisor twats or people who are like Oxbridge fucking PPE wankers or lawyers. Like you need a bit of everything. So having people who are cis, having people who are trans, whatever, is good. But if they're just going to be a trans person who might as well just be a cis person, because literally like they're just another fucking lib shit arsehole, right? Pathetic, embarrassing idiot who's going to fucking happily dance to the tune of genocide. I'm not interested then. Like, you know.
So here's what I wish some of you would engage with, which I haven't heard. After Biden won, the MAGA side at large, Trump himself, didn't accept. I haven't heard you, Piers, say, wow, it's...
Yeah, literally. This actually is genuinely galling, and I think the libs have a point here. When the right say dumb shit like, oh, you need to be humble at this moment. You need to learn from this. You need to do this, that, and the other. Trump still hasn't conceded the 2020 election. Today, he still won't accept that he lost. So you know what? You can stick your self-reflection up your fucking arse.
True.
It's so impressive that whenever our side loses, even though a lot of MAGA folks are saying, if the left loses, they're never going to accept it. They're going to riot this
I
time.
have
It's
said
going to be
that.
crazy. We actually accepted it.
Well,
We're
not only have I
showing the
said
reason
that,
why
hang on,
we're-
Luke, hang on.
we're being
Not only have I
so-
said
Wait,
that,
no, let
I
me-
also
let me wrap
said...
up the point. Come
well,
on,
hang
for
on.
like 2 seconds.
You challenged me. I'm going to respond to that one point, which is
Okay, go
actually, I said to Trump's face, I thought it was disgraceful he didn't accept the election result. All right, and I did say
no, I
that the
remember that.
Democrats deserve...
Right, and okay, but you to just say I think it's a disgrace and then not let that at all affect your analysis is ridiculous, because you've just gone on to support him again. So it literally doesn't matter that he's a rapist. It doesn't matter that he tried to overthrow democracy. It doesn't matter that he's a fucking serial felon. Because you can go, well, I've got plausible deniability. I said those were bad things. Anyway, nosh, 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 nosh. On the little orange tudge. Like, you're an embarrassment, Piers. You're not a journalist. You're a very naughty boy.
deserve credit for the peaceful transfer. So you're completely wrong about that.
No, that during better Piers times you did do that, but I'm talking about just
Better Piers
general
times.
understanding.
You mean when you agreed with me?
I wish the MAGA side would do introspection and go, wow, it's not that the left is going, oh, we just love Trump now. It's that we're demonstrating to you what acting like an adult looks like and not lying about the election, not crying for years and years
I
about
swear
it, and
down.
instead going,
Is this man a Labour Party staffer?
I don't know. Look, considering I think it's legal law now that you have to have Jonathan Ashworth on every TV show, I think this is just him cosplaying as an American twink.
Yeah, literally. They've just put this Jonathan Ashworth through a filter.
Yeah.
That's what they must clearly what they've done, because the adults are back in the room, right? No policy, just vibes, just endless vibes.
We're showing you what quietly being loaded onto the cattle trucks looks like. Yeah, Okay, we are calm and peaceful, and we are happy to be being put in this gas chamber. Thank you very much, Mr. Trump.
Exactly. And also, just him funnily saying, "Well, they were in a better Piers times." True, the better Piers times when he definitely wasn't hacking anyone's phones as editor of the Daily Mirror.
No. Or publishing fake torture pictures in a supposedly credible journalistic outlet. Another thing he did. Just saying.
Even though we still believe Trump has these fascistic tendencies, I still believe he's a threat to our democracy. I'm going to show you what caring about democracy looks at. That's what Biden has done.
Let me respond.
That's what Kamala Harris has done.
Let me respond.
Go for it.
When you say you're not crying about it, you might not be. But all I've seen in the last 2 weeks are people, women in particular, all over TikTok, screaming, cutting.
So? Literally so. So fucking what? People are allowed to be upset, Piers, that something that they consider to be bad has happened. Their life will be impacted by. They're allowed to be upset by that, Piers.
Kevin, you say that, but I was around in the 1930s in Germany, and when Hitler won the election and was appointed chancellor, all I saw was a bunch of Jewish and disabled people crying about, oh, well, the mean person who's going to take away all of their rights has been elected as leader. I mean, is that not like basically one-to-one, right? Mass deportations of undocumented
Pretty
migrants.
much.
They'll be fucking terrified. Women potentially going to be sent to fucking prison for having, not just abortions, but for having miscarriages. People have been sent to prison for having miscarriages, which they've decided are abortions, but no one wants to fucking defend these people, right? Yeah. That's the reality that could potentially happen. Yeah, of course they're upset. Of course they're fucking upset.
Yeah.
Cutting their hair off, saying they're never going to have sex with the Trump voter again.
Good.
Piers, don't worry. They weren't going to fuck you regardless of who you voted for. So it's not a problem for you. You're fine.
And now there's a mass exodus from X because Elon Musk owns it and he's next to Trump, from people.
Yeah. Well, not just because he's next to Trump, because it's literally just filled with Nazis. You cannot post anything on that site without someone calling you Jewish.
Also, I think it's deeper than that.
As like an accusation, not just as like a religious, request or whatever.
I think it's also deeper than that. So obviously the move to Blue Sky is the big thing everybody's talking about. And I think the move to Blue Sky is indicative of what Blue Sky represents in terms of social media. Yeah. Which is a reset. It feels like using social media 10 years ago, where you create your own feed. It's not a bunch of boosted posts algorithmically showing you what they think they want you to see rather than everything always in chronological order. It doesn't deprioritize links. It feels like old social media before all of them got infested in the way that it used to. And they don't train AI off of people's posts on Blue Sky either. And this is something that in a world of continually enshittified social media platforms, which become increasingly unusable, and outside of YouTube, basically seems like the only platform that's been immune to enshittification. Honestly, it's such a breath of fresh air for people who remember when social media was good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, someone sent me a thing, and I presume just because his name's Vigeland that you've sent me this. But I'm reading about this guy Gustav Vigeland, who was the guy who designed the Nobel Peace Prize medal, and was also a fucking Nazi. Awesome. Anyway, yes, yeah, I think that's true, and the I think the really telling aspect of the fact that the right are just there to be cunts. Literally, all that exists, modern conservatism, is to just piss people off. Is that this is what they've done. They did with Parler and Gab and all of these other fucking all of these social media sites. Is that they only go to a place and stay there if there are libs to annoy. And now, essentially, we've seen in real time, it's not just one they've started. The social media site pre-existed them. They've gone and taken it over now through, a multi-billionaire. Turned it into a Nazi shithole. All of the libs have left, and now the fucking conservatoids are trying to go start Blue Sky accounts as well, because they only exist to be cunts to other people. They just exist to piss other people off. That's all they want to do. It's the most pathetic existence I can imagine.
Exactly. I feel like the trigger the libs kind of mono policy that Trump ran on in 2016 kind of never went away. That's our single policy platform. Nothing else, just trigger the libs. That's it.
Yep.
people like Bette Midler, Barbara Streisand, Don Lemon, you name it, off go the lefties. So I'm afraid there is a massive amount
You
of...
mean Don Lemon, who literally took a job doing a fucking doing interviews on X? That guy. If it's even too much for him. Amazing.
of toys out of the stroller going on. So, you know,
Okay.
you can say all you like.
Okay, leaving a social media platform apparently is akin to literally trying to hang the vice president.
And also, just like, I'm also saying, oh well, they're leaving a social media platform. They're throwing their toys out of the pram. That's what that's called, not a stroller. It's called a pram, right? And they say, oh, they're throwing their toys out of the pram. And I'm just like, hang on. I thought you were a capitalist, Piers. I thought that you respected the idea that people would consume the best product within a free market. And we have decided that X is a shit product.
Yep.
It's a shit product full of garbage. I mean, literally, it is. It's impossible to use. All you do is get blue ticks following the replies. It's all bots just copying the tweet word for word and filling the replies. So it's impossible to interact with anything. It's a total mess. It's complete failure. All the changes that Elon Musk has made to Twitter
Have made
And
it
I'm like-
worse, yeah.
it's made it literally impossible to use, right?
Yeah.
You make your product shit, people will stop buying it. That's a market economy.
Well, that's why I mean, again, there's nothing that communists. There's nothing that capitalists hate more than an actual free market. Because in a free market, you can lose. You can lose as well as win. They don't want that. They want an absolutely rigged system. And this is what Elon Musk wants. That's why he's attempting to sue Twitch for withdrawing their advertising from X. Like, he literally thinks that the law should compel another private company to give him money. That's what we call a slap suit. He's obviously not going to win, and it's a fucking joke. But like, he literally thinks that Twitch owe him advertising money, which of course they don't.
It's a pathetic baby man-child.
Yeah.
Through this-
You
yeah, let
say
me-
all
let me
like what
explain.
great losers you are. All I've seen is a lot of squealing and resigning from platforms because they lost.
You're doing a huge disservice to your audience, putting on the same discussion, trying to overthrow an election, putting together fake electors to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, trying to get local officials to find fraudulent votes that don't exist. You're putting that on in the same category as people just being upset, like has happened every time people lose, always, in a way that's completely peaceful. And I've gone through this before on this show specifically, which is you have to look at people in positions of power to really get a sense of the significant responses we're seeing to certain things. So when you look at powerful Democrats, I told you before, Vice President Harris, Biden with character and integrity respected these results, whereas Trump, him being the person in a position of power, not
Right, but then it just goes to show you how fucking fake Joe Biden is. Because he was a fascist before the election, right? And he literally welcomed Hitler into the White House and went, "Good to see you back."
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And Democrats are fucking spineless and pathetic.
Absolutely fucking embarrassing. Genuinely. And just a big fuck you on the basis of... on the same day that the UN ambassador from the United States voted against a diplomatic solution to the problems of Palestine, literally the only country on the Security Council to veto the thing calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, Joe Biden said, "We're doing everything we can to find a diplomatic solution." And I'm just like, you deserve to lose. You deserve to not be president anymore.
But that's all terms of service.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I hate the fact that Donald Trump is going to replace you, but you need to be replaced. You're a fucking disgrace, mate. Like, you're not even running for an election again. You don't even have to pretend this is about anything else. You're literally just soaking your hands in the blood of the Palestinian people for literally no reason now. You're a piece of shit.
The day that man's brain stops functioning and he departs this realm will be a day that the world will be blessed.
To be fair, those are two different days. His brain stopped functioning a long time ago, but he is still technically alive by the grace of I don't know, Frankenstein technology, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Weekend at Biden's.
Weekend at Biden's, love it. And just like Elon Musk is owed money by Twitch, you know who's also owed money by their viewership? I'm giving it the big sell here. You and me. or me and you, whatever, you can give us money in the form of bits, subscriptions. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subscriptions to the community, etc., etc. If you're on YouTube, hello YouTubers. You will have to follow us over onto Twitch when we go over to the Christian Time in a bit. But in the meantime, you can become a member for as little as 99p, or indeed as much as 99p. That is the only figure you can become a member for. You can do super chats, and you can give memberships to the community. It's a way of helping us avoid absolute poverty and just keep us in relative poverty.
Some random person on TikTok didn't do that.
I agree.
and his
Listen,
life
you
led
know
to
what? You know what,
violence.
Luke? I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. So, just for what it's worth, I agree with you. Let me bring in
Awesome.
Emma, because I want to play a clip. This is of this big Nancy Mace row. She's obviously introduced a bill to bar transgender women from facilities on Capitol Hill. This is a week after the Republican-elect Sarah McBride made history by becoming the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. Let's take a look at the Nancy Mace.
And let's be honest, she's not actually the first trans person, because that's definitely Lindsey Graham. 100% that's Lindsey Graham. But the first out trans person.
Yeah, there you
Elected
go.
to
Good one.
Congress.
Good one.
Thank you very much.
Explanation as to why she's doing this.
This effort in response to Congresswoman McBride's coming to Congress?
Yes, and absolutely, and then some. I'm not going to stand for a man, if someone with a penis is in the women's locker room, that's not okay. And
Okay, is this a safe space? Can I...
Go ahead. Fire away.
I'm just saying, with a jaw like that, I don't think you want people checking at the door, love.
Holy fuck! I was looking at something else. Fucking hell! It's like the Crimson Chin.
Yeah, like, you are literally the Chad Wojak. I don't think this works out well for you. I'm just saying. I think anyone should be able to shit where they like. I don't give a fuck. You're the one that wants people checking. Fucking hell.
And I'm a victim of abuse myself. I'm a rape survivor. I have PTSD from the abuse I've suffered at the hands of a man. And I know how vulnerable women and girls are in private spaces. So I'm absolutely 100% going to stand in the way of any man who wants to be in a women's restroom, in our locker rooms, in our changing rooms. I will be there.
Does that include President Trump, who literally went back to the Junior Miss World behind the scenes there? When they were getting changed, so they're literally naked young girls in a locker room that he had no place being. You okay with that? Because you backed him to be president. So.
Should we just bring up Matt Gaetz again?
Yeah, I wonder what her thoughts are on whether the ethics report should be released. Because she really cares about the women who are victims of sexual assault, So you think you'd want that out in the open, right?
Fighting you every step of the way.
Now, Emma, Sarah McBride replied by saying this is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. To which I say...
Yeah, no, that's just because it is
Lord
that.
Fritas donated
literally.
$5.
I mean, it's partly
Deo,
that. I mean, these
Deo,
people
ho,
also
ho, ho.
ideologically believe in
Daylight
this stuff
come me
too.
one
There's
go
a tactical
home.
strategy
Come
going on
Mr.
here in
Tallyman,
trying to put these things
tally
front
me
and
banana.
centre. But you
Daylight
better
come me
believe these
one go
Christian
home.
nationalists also think that
Black
transgenders
banana
are degenerates who
till
belong on a
damn
cross.
Daylight come me one go
Yeah.
home.
I don't know what the fuck you just said, because I just had the most mental super chat thing ever that just got read out. So I don't know what you said there, but I'm sure it was a very good point and your audience heard it.
They did, yeah.
So, yeah. And thank you for that. And thank you, Jonathan. Jason Ashby for gifting a membership as well. Much love.
Hey, well, I'm not even vaguely right, and I think it's wrong that biological...
Hang on, you're not vaguely right. You just had, like, a mutual masturbation session with Glenn Beck on your show. I don't think you get to claim to be, I'm not at all right. No, you're very right.
He supported Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. Yes, he is right-wing.
Yes, yeah.
Men who've become trans women should be in women's spaces.
You're not vaguely right, Piers.
No, I'm
I just
actually.
listened to a
I
segment
would say I'm in
where
the centre.
you agreed with Glenn Beck.
No, I would say that.
No pre-watch, I promise.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
commentators in the country
No,
repeatedly.
but
but
rather
apparently
like...
something's happening
Hang on,
the left
I haven't
because
finished
Bill
yet.
Maher
I
and
haven't
someone
finished
you
yet.
saw on TikTok
I haven't finished yet. Let me ask you a
is being
question.
hysterical. Go ahead.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not identify, and I know you believe a lot in self-identity. I do not identify as conservative
I don't know
right.
what that
Okay.
means.
I'm like Bill Maher. I'm just completely bemused.
Yeah, you are like Bill Maher in ways
conservative,
in
yes.
ways that you're not mentally capable enough for me to explain to you. That's the thing. You lack the critical ability for me to explain the ways in which you are exactly like Bill Maher, because you're a fucking idiot.
By the woke left and how nuts you've all got, right? And I think this election.
I'm not right wing, but anyway, let me tell you about the woke left. Brilliant. Yeah, no, well done.
I'm not right wing. I'm just right.
Yay!
It's just I don't believe in. I'm not conservative. I just believe in common sense politics.
He's not right wing. He's wrong wing.
Well, I've heard these canards all before. All these shy Tories just out here going, "I'm not right wing. I'm not conservative. I just believe in common sense politics."
I'm a classical liberal.
I'm a classical liberal. Yeah, literally, it's fucking Saga of a Cat in 2017 all over again.
Yeah.
As an old,
Well, hang
rich
on, let me finish.
libertarian
I
who's
haven't asked you a
bitter at the
question
world.
yet.
I mean,
Let me ask you a question.
sure.
Right? Here's my question. If I, as a man who identifies as a liberal, if I can see why it's so wrong for biological men who have now become trans women.
Like, it doesn't need to be said particularly, but just in case any rightoids stumble across the VOD and make it this far, people who want to rape women in toilets aren't dressing up as women to do so. There's no epidemic of any such fucking thing happening. So even this ginned up fear, it's about cis dudes who are taking advantage of nothing. They're just like, you can just go into a toilet and they take advantage of that, and that's never going to end, because you're never going to have a guard outside every fucking toilet. Just let trans people go for a shit, you mad bastards.
Yeah, these people act like a sign on a door is like a chromosome force field that's going to keep out the predatory men, and I'm just like, well, no. And if you're willing to break the law so much as to rape somebody, you're also going to be willing to break a thing that isn't a law but is a rule that's been put in place.
Like, you're going to go, oh,
a
God.
door sign.
Oh, God, I was going to rape somebody, but that stick figure on the door has a skirt. Oh, no. Oh,
True.
Oh,
And as we know, right, what defines a woman is not neither chromosomes nor phenotype, nor indeed what gamete potential you have, because that's the thing that TERFs say nowadays. But the actual thing that defines you is whether you're a stick person or stick person with skirt. That is the singular defining characteristic of a woman, is whether or not your stick figure wears a skirt.
Literally, that is the thing that people judge you on, yeah.
To be in women's spaces, to be in women's sport, to be everywhere in women's lives where they historically were not biological men supposed to be. Why are you not as exercised by this as a woman? I don't get it.
Why?
You're all about women's rights.
First of all,
It's all pause.
absolutely.
It's almost like it is actually all kind of manufactured, and the people who relentlessly push transphobic stuff is mostly men.
Yeah.
It's mostly men who do that, and in fact, when you look at broad support in the US and the UK, it's men who are more anti-trans than women in both cases. It is people like you, Piers, who have a problem on no actual utility, mostly just because they find trans women icky. That's it. You know, they think we're gross, and then they self-justify policy out of their feeling, because facts don't care about their feelings, unfortunately.
True. And actually, just whilst we're on it, the greatest example of please leopards don't eat my face.
Brianna Pooh.
Brianna Woo. I've gotten probably 400 to 500 messages from Trump voters telling me not to worry about my rights being rolled back, that they don't care what adults like me do. And it's the children they care about. And here we are with Nancy Grace trying to force people like me to use the men's, and Trump isn't even in office. I transitioned over 20 years ago. I have a vagina. All my documents say femoid. I've been married to a man for 16 years. No one bats an eye when we use the bathroom. Look, literally she's doing the, I have a vagina. Vaginas are the only thing that matter.
Literally, she's being so happy.
Pick me!
She spent the entire time happy that she'd be the last person in the queue to the gas chambers.
Yeah.
And now she's realised, hang on a minute, I'm in the queue for the gas chambers.
Yeah.
But though you're at the back, so it's fine. And the thing as well is that she said, oh, well, they said it was only the children that they cared about. If this fucking useless, this pathetic, spineless worm had spent more than 5 minutes actually educating herself on what was going on in gender critical space and the things that they were saying, people on the gender critical camp had already admitted that they knew that puberty blockers and transition for young people was something that was an incredibly fringe and minor point that had very little actual people engaging in it reality, and they were specifically agitating for it only because they knew that it would be a wedge issue.
Yeah,
they knew that it didn't have any real world effect, but they just thought it's emotive, it'll get clicks. That's exactly the fucking trap that Brianna Wu has been. They set for her, and she's fallen into it face first like a fucking clown. You know why she don't like a fucking clown? Because she is a fucking clown. She's in the clown costume. She's not just a clown. She's the whole fucking circus.
True.
And unfortunately, circuses and clowns can be funny, whereas this is fucking depressing.
Yeah. Please, MAGA, let people like me medically transition and live our lives. Not anyone else, just me. Just people who do transition exactly as I do it. Anyone any different can go to the gas chambers, but not me.
Exactly. And she spent the entire time trying to justify herself and her privileged position to not be sent to the gas chambers by spending her entire time as a platform essentially just throwing every other trans person under the bus, deliberately attacking other trans people for the way they look, the way they act, the things that they say, for her perceiving them as not being sufficiently feminine enough, right? And all of that posturing, trying to mark herself as the good transsexual, she's immediately still been thrown under the bus. She's pathetic. She's pathetic and spineless. I fucking despise her. She's disgusting. She's subhuman to me.
One piece of clarification. She hasn't spent all of her time doing that. She's also spent some of it justifying and cheerleading genocide in Gaza. So
absolutely true. She's a disgraceful, inhuman piece of shit. And next time I'll tell you what I really think.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't fucking sit on the fence, will you? Jesus. It's unlike you to pull your punches like that. Shame.
Absolutely. I host a sports podcast. I care deeply about sports, and I believe that anybody that identifies as a woman should be able to participate in the sport as long as it abides by the particular bylines or guidelines.
You know it's wrong. You know it's unfair.
Said sports league, but actually we're talking here about Nancy Mace, who loves a camera in her face and loves attention wherever she can get it. I find it pretty disgusting that she.
See, no, but you say that like that's a bad thing, but to Piers Morgan, that's like the highest honour you can give someone is to call them a clout chaser, because that's all he is now.
Well, you do have to push back on this. Well, it's wrong, right? Because you do have to say, well, no, I don't think it's wrong. But anyway, let's move on. Like, you can't just let them assume that their positions are common sense, right? This is a really common rhetorical talking point from right wingers across the world, where they just say they don't argue on the utility of their points of view. They just say, I believe it because it's common sense, and then because they have continually paraded that as their talking point around on every single right wing issue.
Yeah,
they've allowed it to enter the public consciousness and the zeitgeist as being the common sense position, even if it just fucking isn't, even if it totally isn't.
Yeah, and my bugbear is always, well, point out to them that where is this plethora of trans men or trans women, I suppose, going into sports and dominating in the way that you seem to think is taking place, because you literally can't. I mean, the famous example is, I suppose, Riley Gaines. And that, like, you finished 5th. Like, what you missed out on the coveted 4th position in a collegiate swimming event. Like, I'm sorry, that's not enough for me to give a fuck, frankly. My favourite example, though, is this one. I'll always go back to this, because this is not satire. Trans Marathon places 6,159th in women's race, and right-wing media throws a fit. This literally took place, right? They were complaining that a trans person had taken part in the marathon and denied somebody the coveted 6,159th slot.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that the problem you get into is you end up having to get lost in the weeds of defending the idea that there is not necessarily some kind of biological advantage that you get, especially if you transition early. If you transition and you have puberty blockers and you transition as a teenager, the idea that you get any kind of biological advantage is basically nil, as you've not gone through male puberty. But regardless of all of that, is that when you look at the 6,000th place person, you realise, of course, that you're wasting your time, because these people are only saying, I think it's unfair for a biological man to compete because there are different levels of caliber, they have different biological advantages or whatever, even if they don't, because they've transitioned early, then they don't actually care. They're using that as tactically, when the actual thing they care about isn't whether it's fair. They care that you're treating trans women as if they're women.
Yeah.
They feel epistemically undermined by having to hold the position because they fundamentally believe that trans women can never, ever, ever, ever be a woman, regardless of how that plays out in society.
True.
And so by you saying, like with the prisons thing, like they try and make up all these stats about the potentials for prison rape, even though plenty of prison rape does happen, and it happens by prison guards and also against trans inmates more than at a high rate than cis inmates, but whatever. Those arguments are not about the safety of women prisoners because they didn't care about them when prison rapes were happening by guards. It's about the fact that the prison has woman written on the front, and they feel like it, and they feel their feelings are hurt. Their feelings are hurt by the fact that they're treating women, trans women, like women by putting them in a place labeled women. It's the label that's the problem to them.
Yeah.
Not the utility of whether or not women are more in danger or whether sports are becoming unfair.
True, but I don't talk to a TERF trying to convince a TERF. I'll talk to a TERF knowing that other people are watching and that those people are normie dickheads who need to have these arguments put forward constantly because they're not clever. Well, not necessarily clever enough. They're not inquisitive enough to like have ever thought about it. So the fact that they get like this thing pushed in front of their face, if you just let the TERF get away with it, even if like it is beneath refutation, you still should refute it, I think. Just to Bob, marathons are sex divided or gender divided. For the competitive runners, like when you see like the charity runners, that's like you mix in everyone, right? But if it's the competitive like professional runners, then they do it by gender. Yeah.
She is basically implying that this trans lawmaker, just by being in her presence in the bathroom, may rape her. I do choose to speak up for women's rights. I believe that I do so on my program, The Majority Report, regularly. And I'm disgusted that Nancy Mace has decided essentially to support Donald Trump wholeheartedly, who has been found liable of sexual abuse in court, and multiple of his cabinet appointments, picks, including Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, have been credibly accused of sexual assault themselves. So apparently it's triggering for her because someone's genitalia may be slightly different in the stall next to her.
When you say credibly accused,
but it doesn't matter to her that Trump has been found liable of sexual assault in court.
Actually, she can, and I hope she does, because you're going to play now defense for rapists, so you don't need to be able to speak.
Piers.
Time out.
No, he's not right wing though.
No, he's not right wing. It's not.
Trump
was found guilty in a civil action. He denied it, as you know.
And in case of
Gaetz and Pete Hegseth,
so the preponderance of evidence went in her direction. Talking. And he's.
Yes, she can, because you're not a proper journalist, so she absolutely can. Like Dylan Burns has a mute button. You don't even have that.
And also, he talks over her in the first place. Thank you for pointing that in chat.
Literally. But also, just like, it's good that Piers has got his thumb really on the button here, because this was from last night, and literally less than 24 hours later, old nonce boy has had to fucking withdraw his nomination, because he knows that coming down the pipeline are the leaks that show that he's a fucking nonce. So well done there, Piers. Really, you've backed a winning strategy.
She's been
all right, keep talking.
He has been accused by dozens of women. There you go.
Oh my god, he's such a cock. Look, I thought he was going to have the balls to at least like carry through with the. No, you're not going to talk over me, Ben. He's just like, let me know when you're finished. Then passive aggressive pussy manoeuvring.
It is funny just how much like Alan Partridge, like 90% of the people in our media are just. I'm not driving a mini metro. I'm not driving a mini metro. I'm not driving a mini metro.
Yeah. Honestly, he's just going to turn to her and go, you feed beef burgers to geese.
Finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
When we have a debate, the customary for the host leads it, and you respond to questions, okay?
If
I may be so bold.
Customary debate, I'm the host, so I get to interrupt you and talk over you. No, that's not how that works.
Also, like, you're such a bitch, Piers. Just ask your fucking question. You're being mean to me.
Oh, he's triggered. He's a little triggered snowflake.
Is someone melting in front of the hot heat?
The point is that Hesketh and Gaetz have categorically denied any wrongdoing, and none has been proven against them. In Trump's case, it was a civil action, as you know, not a criminal action. The criminal case against him was shuffling paperwork over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. So it's not quite how you categorised it.
I mean,
Deborah Lee, let me bring
just
you
saying
in.
it was a civil case doesn't make it. I mean, it's less bad legally speaking, but he's still a rapist.
He's still a rapist, yeah. Also, it's interesting what MAGA people think is okay in a toilet. Classified legal top secret documents can go into a toilet. A trans person cannot. So it's good to know what the kind of toilet etiquette is. Yeah.
Has this trans lawmaker been accused of rape? Has this trans lawmaker?
No, but actually, if you are a congresswoman, who survives sexual assault, you should be entitled to feel safe in the restroom.
The presence of a trans woman in the bathroom. Oh gosh, you know, here in New York, there are a lot of multi-gender bathrooms, and I've gone to the bathroom next to a man. Oh my goodness, it was so fearful. What was I going to do with the rest of my life? I mean,
if I found you lurking next to me in a men's restroom, I'd feel fearful. Deborah Lee.
Yeah, that's because she'd knock you the fuck out. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is, you know why? There is a reason why that Piers Morgan never actually has trans people on his shows when he debates trans people's issues. Whenever he's talking about us in absentia, he never has us on his show. And the reason why is because then he would have to call us rapists to our face. Because I would immediately be able to go here and just say, look, Piers, who do you think I'm going to rape? Who do you think I'm going to rape, right? Tell me to my face right now, Piers, you think I'm a potential rapist. And I'll shut up. But he won't say it to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to be in a show, so.
Let me bring you in here. I just think
that is a ridiculous accusation, Piers.
I didn't make an accusation. It was a statement of fact. I would feel fearful.
Hang on. So I thought he was just like doing a jokey bit there, but is he seriously suggesting that she would rape him?
I mean, I just think that he's being a fucking contentious for the sake of it, because he's a fucking idiot. Well, anyway, should we watch question time?
Yeah, let's get on to a bit of QT, shall we?
A bit of QT, absolutely.
Indeed. That's not the BBC website. That's the Blue Sky website. Why is that the autofill now? God damn it. Yes. So obviously they put together their list of guests before they knew that the Matt Gaetz thing was happening, or before they knew that the ICC and all of that was going to happen. So they've got the former leader of the NFU on to talk about that. Which, I mean, is interesting, but it feels less topical, even though it was Tuesday. Yeah. Yes, I have a TV license. Well, why ask me? Because what about if I don't? I'm still going to fucking lie. Like, who's the... Oh, fucking hell. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right. Hang on. Question time. Right. That one. Boom. Let's have you.
So, YouTube viewers, I have put the link to my Twitch account in the YouTube chat. There's 159 of you at time of recording. If you can come and click on the link I've put in the chat for us to watch question time together, because I cannot watch on YouTube, please click the link and move over to Twitch so we can watch this together. The link, as I said, the link is in the chat. I'll be closing down the YouTube stream very shortly, so please jump over. I'm going to set up a raid on YouTube for people who do not want to jump over, but I will not be making the switch immediately, so you have some time to click on the link.
Yes, ditto. I've just posted the link to my thingamajig in the YouTube. Come and say hello. It's good times.
Which is no one to read into anyway, so I'll just gonna leave the YouTube stream up so you can use the chat. So make sure you can click on the link to jump into Twitch.
Okay, but I'm switching it off in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Anyway, yeah, just us now, YouTube people.
Let me get the orientation of my thing correct, and then we can watch some question time.
Cather, maybe don't admit to doing crimes in my chat. How much is the TV license? I've never paid. Okay, I mean, just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's your decision to not pay the TV license. That's on you. That's a you issue. Okay.
Also, by the way, if you've just moved over from YouTube to Twitch, on either myself or on Kevin's end, what you can do is, if you are a Prime subscriber, if you have Amazon Prime, like Crystal Tittles has, you can subscribe with Prime while linking your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. It gets you a free subscription every single month, which gets you all access to all the benefits, such as your animated and static emotes in Twitch chat and free viewing. It costs you literally nothing else extra. It's part of your Prime subscription that you already pay for, and we get some of the money. You're literally taking some of Jeff Bezos' money and giving it to us.
Yes.
By using your Twitch Prime sub. So if you have that, I highly recommend you do it. Thank you, Witch, for the Prime sub.
Thank you, Sozzle Snake, for gifting a couple of subs. If we get a donation now of, I think, 100 bits or more, or a subscription, we'll be on a hype train, which would be fucking awesome.
Are you going to finger Piers Morgan?
No, because he is a living person and might sue me. I mainly go for the dead.
Well, we're on a hype train over here. Please,
oh,
please,
fuck
indeed.
Yes. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Peach Wolf, you have to re-up your Prime every single month. So if you don't use your Prime, it doesn't renew. You have to continue resubscribing manually with Prime every single month.
Yes, which is irritating, but there we go. Anyway, should we get on with this?
Sniffy poop.
Oh my god,
yeah.
Oh, we've got fucking noises now. Thank you, Lord Fruitus, for gifting us up. We're on a hype train. If we get to level 2 of the hype train, I will finger... You know what? Self-love is important. I will finger myself.
There we go.
That's not even illegal, because I can't not consent to myself, because that doesn't make any fucking sense. Anyway.
Tonight we're in Trowbridge in Wiltshire. Historically, this whole county was true blue Conservatives until the election in the summer, when Labour and the Lib Dems took 5 of the 8 seats. But our audience, as always, reflects the electoral picture across the whole nation. Welcome to Question Time on...
Which apparently everyone arrived in one taxi for this event? Like, wow, this is small. I know Trowbridge is not a big place anyway, but like, this is the entire town, isn't it?
On iPlayer and BBC Sounds.
Go on, finger yourself. Let's see if it reads out that.
What was that? Finger yourself, let's see if it reads that out. Why wouldn't it read that out? Finger is not itself a bad thing.
Yeah, like the auto detection would have to detect context, but I think it's a little far away from that.
Yeah, you could just be talking about like, I've got 5 fingers on my hand. Perfectly innocent statement.
I fingered my 6-string bass guitar.
Exactly, yeah. Anyway, thank you for the bits. We're on level 2, so I've got to enter myself. Let's go.
From the government is Nick Thomas Simmons. He's a minister for the Cabinet Office, a former barrister. He's also written biographies of famous figures, Knight Bevan, Clement Attlee and Harold Wilson. From the Conservatives, Harriet Baldwin is Shadow Business Minister. She previously chaired...
Oh wow, we are having a real mid-off in terms of absolute nobodies from both of the main parties. Brilliant.
Oh, Harriet Baldwin used to be chair of the Treasury Select Committee. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
remember her badgering Andrew Bailey for not raising interest rates quick enough, and I was just like, "You fucker!" Like, there was no need to raise interest rates. It was fucking a supply chain inflation.
Yeah, but like,
wear a glove.
they're
Ooh,
nobodies.
Kitty bonk. I love
like
the kitty bonk.
none of the main people want to appear on this show anymore because they're just going to get laughed at. They don't like it.
The influential cross-party Treasury Select Committee, and also served in the governments of Theresa May and David Cameron. Daisy Cooper is a deputy leader of the Liberal Democrats and also her party's Treasury spokesperson. She's in her 6th year as an MP and now has 71 other Lib Dem MP colleagues beside her in Parliament. And until this year, Minette Batters was president of the National Farmers Union. She'd been 6 years in that job. She's also a tenant farmer of a 300-acre farm, and since the summer, she's become Baroness Batters and sits in the House of Lords.
As if she's a tenant farmer. Hang a minute. if she's a tenant farmer, she might be a little bit softer on the whole farming tax thing than
she's also
the other one has been.
Well, she's also the former leader of the NFU, so I'm not sure she will be.
But it's interesting because, of course, the tenant farmers don't have to care because, they're the ones actually doing the work, and it's just fucking some landlord that's going to have to pay some inheritance tax. Like, what the fuck would they care?
Indeed. Thank you, Wayward Astoria with bits, and hello there, Commie Zian, possibly?
Commie Christian, Bayes.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was a reference to the Chinese city of Xi'an, but apparently it isn't, and that's fine.
Panelists, welcome to our audience here in Trowbridge. Great to see you, and of course, welcome to you at home. You can join in the conversation the usual way on social media. We're on iPlayer, we're on BBC Sounds, we're everywhere. And before we start, I just wanted to add question times, tribute to those paid to the former Deputy Prime Minister John Prescott, who has died. He was a stalwart of this programme. He appeared on the programme some 29 times. Latterly, his last appearance was in 2018, and he was...
I'm sorry, is this like a cricket stats bit now? It's like it's
Andy Zaltzman.
It's Andy Zaltzman. Yeah, it's Andy Zaltzman at the end of a fucking. Someone's just got out, and she's like, he faced 63 balls, scored 84. And like, what the fuck you do? What is this? What? Is he gonna be into the Hall of Fame? That's what we need to know.
Somebody, Izan1 in chat says, is the Farmers Union really a union or a confederation? Is there a union for farm labourers? I'm pretty sure it's a confederation. What I find is interesting, though, is that one of the big problems that farmers have, why they have so little actual returns on the things they sell to manufacturers and supermarkets, is because it's all done like purely free market. And so, of course, supermarkets with their monopoly power have been able to drive down their buying prices on produce and serve manufacturers. Yeah. Whereas in the United States, farmers have formed cooperatives. Like there's very large cooperatives like Land O'Lakes who make the butter, the biggest kind of butter brand in the United States. That is a cooperative of dairy farmers. So they've managed to use their collective selling power to be able to increase their own revenue. But of course, the fact that America has less individualist brain poison amongst farmers, where they've actually gotten together to ensure they get good returns on the hard work they do, they actually get good prices for their produce. Whereas in the UK, it's just, well, I can't make a living off of farming. I'm like, yeah, because you're all fighting amongst each other.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the fact that the American farmers are so much more based than our farmers shows you how fucked our farmers are.
Yeah.
It was always the most colourful of contributors, and of course we send our condolences to his family. Right, let's start our programme with our very first question, which is from Vanessa Bradish.
Why do some farmers believe that they shouldn't pay inheritance tax like everybody else?
Well...
And the annoying thing is, they still won't pay inheritance tax like everybody else, because they will be paying half the rate at something like 4 times the threshold.
Yeah.
So and they'll be given 10 years to pay it off as well. So like it's
interest free.
Yeah, absolutely mental. The most fucking sweetheart deal imaginable, and they're still bitching. Like
exactly, because what the government has done, and I've since we had our conversation, I'm pretty sure that I have come to the conclusion that I support this change after listening to Richard Murphy and Dan Neil talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the big things is that what they've tried to do with the policy is maneuver it in such a way that genuine small family farms still pay nothing. They give you a huge carve out for all of these things that you can do to prove that it's actually going to be used as a family farm.
Yeah.
And then, but anybody who ever tries to use farmland as a tax dodge literally cannot get away with it anymore because they'll still pay some inheritance tax. And the fact that farmland is so expensive that it reaches the threshold to pay for inheritance tax now is because the value has been pumped up by high demand, because private investors and wealthy fuckers like Jeremy Clarkson have had demand for it to use it as a tax dodge. And that is what has increased the price to put it over the threshold. So get rid of that demand and the price will go down. More farmers who want to get started to get into it rather than it being intergenerational. And then I think that's better for everybody. And it means that you probably actually have a return on the capital you invest rather than continuing to say, well, I can't get rid of it because it's not actually generating the revenue I need based upon the capital investment. So,
Well,
I literally I was looking at a graph that in 2024, 50% of all acquisitions of farmlands were by private equity or by individuals rather than by LLCs or actual farmers. It's crazy how this market has been warped by this tax dodge.
Exactly, absolutely. And I genuinely think this is an opportunity. I mean, the Labour Party are pathetic and won't do anything, but I think this is an opportunity to do some actual genuine agrarian reform. In terms of this inheritance tax, what we should say is that the government should have first refusal on the land if they want to sell off some of that land in order to pay the inheritance tax, and use that, give it as either save it as greenbelt so that we can have greenbelt, use it to build fucking houses on, which we need, or allow farmers access to that land at peppercorn rent in order to actually fucking grow some shit, because we need to grow a lot more of our own fucking stuff. Like, this is an opportunity to actually do some proper agrarian reform in a way that the Labour Party are far too spineless to even think of.
I absolutely 100% agree. I think that's very, very true. Well, thank you, TrueBob PD, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Commie Christian, for the Prime sub. And thank you, Fabe1888 for the gift sub as well. Thank you for the support. Yeah. And hello, Zakap. Everyone go and follow Zakap in chat.
Everyone should go and follow Zakap immediately. Thank you, everyone, for the hype train. You're fucking amazing.
Minette, why not answer that question? Why don't you take us away first?
Yeah. It's a really complicated picture, and everybody will have seen the protest this week, and the real...
I'm not sure that either Minette or Batters is a real name. I don't think either of those is a real name. I'm not accepting it. No.
Also, Fire Healer in chat with the facts here. Apparently, the owner of Minette's farm is Hugh Grosvenor, who has an estimated wealth of £10 billion.
I think he can afford to pay a bit of fucking tax then.
I absolutely agree. Maybe he can sell some of the estate to pay for it to somebody who might use it for actual fucking farming.
Yeah, crazy.
Concern and an enormous worry that is going on. APR has been available for farming.
Do you want to explain what that is for those who aren't farmers here?
I could
be
here for the...
She did go to private school, yes. But she wasn't Oxbridge because she didn't go to university. She started doing farming. So she's like a legitimate old school posh farmer. Very strange set of people.
And there's a tenant farmer as well. It's a weird combination.
It is. It's a very odd background she has. Yeah.
Whole program.
Well, okay, agricultural property relief basically was uncapped, and it meant that you didn't have to pay inheritance tax.
Yeah, so that has been in place for 40 years, and suddenly now the proposal has come to change this. Absolutely get the challenge.
And she still hasn't, by the way, she still hasn't even spoken in Parliament as a member of House of Lords yet. Now, to be fair, she only happened in August, but like, you think you'd say something about the farming or something? Like you were literally the fucking head of the NFU? No? Okay.
For the budget and public services right now. But the way this is being done is going after relatively small family farms. So you've got
it isn't.
Your lifestyle businesses.
It just isn't. That's just not true.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if your farm is worth £3 million, you're not a mom and pop endeavour. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. It's such bollocks. Like,
and again, just like you're still getting 50%.
Yeah, exactly. It's 20%. Yeah, everyone else has to pay 40% at 375k. They have to pay 20% at 1.5 million, or if it's passed from spouse to spouse and then kids, 3 million. Before you pay a penny in tax, and then it's half of what everyone else has to. And you want to moan about that, you cheeky bastards.
Also, thank you for Eels Wine, who says that Minette Batters is what a Yorkshireman says when threatening you with a webbed weapon.
Minette Batters, aye. What's the famous old Yorkshire coward? Will he fight? Will he echoes like... Ba-dunts. Anyway.
Which fall within that bracket below £1 million. Then you've got your...
by lifestyle businesses?
Well, people who've got a house and a few acres, perhaps a few ponies, they're not
or
productive.
That kind of
yeah, they're not productive farming and contributing to the nation's food effectively. That's fine.
So Vanessa's question
is... That's the annoying thing, is seeing wankers like Clarkson and obviously Farage. Like, it's too dangerous to do a surgery, an MP surgery in Clacton. But if there's 100,000 posh wankers in fucking tweed and lots of cameras, he's there. 100% he's fucking there. Wanker. What a wanker. Anyway, watching the likes of Clarkson hide behind genuine farmers who understandably are scared. They're not fucking running on big numbers, and they're being told that they're going to have to pay more tax than they already are or whatever. Like, I can understand them being annoyed. Clarkson gets to hide behind those people. Which is why, like I say, if you did actually do agrarian reform, you would completely take those people out of the fucking equation, because you'd be giving them actual help by giving them extra land with which they could fucking grow shit on. But no, Clarkson gets to fucking hide behind them as if it's a real thing. Also, just as a quick aside, I presume the Daily Mail will be calling for 4, 5, 10-year imprisonment for the people who literally tried to run over some policemen in a tractor. Because that looks a little bit more than just conspiracy to do public nuisance. Seems like that's...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Ruben, for pointing out that Jeremy Clarkson is using small family farms as human shields and therefore is Hamas.
I definitely think there are tunnels underneath his homestead, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to let the IDF know that there's a Hamas command and control centre under his farmland.
True. Did you know he has really, really convincing copies of Mein Kampf in Arabic also on his property? Fact.
Is why shouldn't farmers pay inheritance?
Well, I'm trying
problem
to explain.
doing?
So you've got these ones that are stuck in the middle. You've got large landowners. The largest landowner is actually the government of land. So you've got very large landowners.
No, isn't it the king?
You've also got...
Well, technically he's the head of state, so is that what she's counting as the government?
But even like the Duchess of Cornwall and Lancaster, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
But so I wonder if she's adding that to actual government land and saying, well, technically that's all government land, so the single biggest landhold. Like, that would be pretty shoddy, but I don't know, because I also don't really care. It doesn't matter. The government probably should be the largest fucking landowner.
Well, exactly. It should be held in common, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it for me, it's like a national fucking security concern, because if we don't actually own our own land, what is the country? What does that even mean? If it's all just owned by either the king or, like, Russians trying to fucking, like, squirrel away a few billion ruble or whatever, like...
Money laundering, yeah.
Yeah, like... Or Jeremy Clarkson or whatever. Like, we're not really a country then. Like, what do we own then? The roads? Is that it?
Private equity businesses, you've got pension funds, you've got corporations, all of whom don't have to pay inheritance tax. But this...
Oh, that's nice. Tractor terrorism is running amok. Thank you. Honestly, that is... Use nameless entity, you win. You win.
Also, her saying, well, corporations and big companies who farm, right, big corporate farms, don't have to pay inheritance tax. And I'm just like, well, maybe we should be taxing them more.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, you can't point to somebody else's tax dodge and say, well, that means we should all get a tax. No, close all the tax dodges.
Exactly. Thank you, Ben, for pointing out as well. The largest landowners are the Forestry Commission, the Ministry of Defence, the Crown Estate, and the Church of England.
All of which, in one way or another, could be considered the government.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. And in terms of the Crown Estate and the Church of England, a lot of nonces owning land. Just saying.
Small group in the middle does have to pay inheritance tax. Now you could easily condition this, that if, you know, the grandfather died and you were going to sell the farm within a year or within 2 years, you could say, well, those have to pay inheritance tax. But these businesses are getting handed down, so they are very cash poor and, yes, asset rich, but they're only asset rich.
Well, I don't mind that. That's another way you could do it. If you're going to be an actual operating farm and you're there still in possession of it 10 years later, you don't pay any fucking tax on it then. Fine. Yeah. Because that would mean that the tax dodge is still gone, because you need to be an active farm and you need to be actively farming it for many years. And then the tax system goes away, because we don't want to disincentivise people from actually farming.
Yeah, all we're trying to do is remove the ability of people to use it as a tax dodge.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't think they did it for this purpose, but if it just means that the price of land goes back to something vaguely reasonable, I think would be a useful piece of agrarian reform in of itself. Just to stop them artificially inflating it because Clarkson wants to squirrel away 20 million fucking quid. Wanker.
Yeah, when literally half of all agricultural land purchases are coming from private owners and people wanting to dodge tax, then we know you have a problem with the way we've set things up.
Indeed. Thank you, Rebranded Ham, for resubscribing. Much love.
Sell. So what they're making, I mean, DEFRA's own figures show that 50% of farm businesses either made no profit or made a profit of less than 23,000.
Now, again, that's in large part due to the fact that, as you say, the monopsony powers of the huge fucking chains, of which there are basically 4, means that they can drive down prices because it's basically a fucking it's a mafiosi fucking situation. We can get our fucking milk anywhere at any fucking price we like, so you have to drive yourself into penury. It's ridiculous. That shouldn't be allowed.
What's quite interesting as well, I found out recently, is that there's been a big drop in consumption of dairy recently because the millennials are buying woke plant milk.
True.
So I think a lot of dairy farming is really heavily subsidized by the state because I don't think it's a viable business anymore. I really don't think it is.
To be honest with you, most farming hasn't been a particular financially viable route to go. But again, as with all things that are sort of absolute needs, they shouldn't be done for profit anyway. You can't run a fucking train system on a profit basis. It doesn't work. It's not the fucking 19th century. And you can't, you shouldn't want to profit in this way. We need to grow food for people to fucking live. It shouldn't be this fucking, it shouldn't be done. I don't want to be too communist about it. You get the idea, right?
I think the problem, though, is that we just basically have so much evidence showing the collectivization of agriculture has just broadly failed a lot.
Yeah.
Because I'm very happy for things to be like cooperatively owned and things like that, but the market mechanisms for food production have been the only thing that have been properly shown to incentivize large-scale production of food to ensure that people shouldn't have to go hungry. I mean, we have terrible distribution in capitalism, and meaning that we produce all of this food because capitalism is good at producing food, and then we don't fucking feed people with it. We allow, rich people to be able to buy all the most expensive food they can and leave poor people to die in the gutter. We could fix that. We could make things more fair. But I just don't see any historical examples of the kind of decolonization that we saw in the Soviet Union actually leading to the position where food becomes plentiful enough that it's cheap and available to feed everybody outside of the system that we've seen now. I think there obviously there can reforms that you could do, but it's the one sector where I just don't see those results being successful. Because in basically every other sector, you can see the cooperativization being very successful. You look at places like Vietnam, you look at my homeboy, Tito, and Yugoslavia, and show that cooperative ownership within market mechanisms has been really good for producing these commodities, except food.
Yeah. By the way, I was not suggesting dekulakization.
But you know what I mean, right? This is
I'm not on my Holodomor arc or anything. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, she said the thing, so everyone use the Tito emote. Has to happen now.
True. I did use the Tito emote.
So they cannot pay. I mean, a 500-acre farm would be looking at a tax bill of 800,000 when they are making less than 50,000.
800,000. A 500-acre farm. How much would that be? Okay, so if it's, let's say it's 3 million, right? And it's 20%. So you'd have to be 500 acres is worth how much then? What, about 7 million or something? I don't think so. I'm not sure about the mathematics on that. Like, I can understand them just tipping over into having to pay some tax. Okay, fine. But if you're paying 800 grand in tax, you have a lot of assets there.
I wish I'd watched the Dan Needle thing on this when he was on the Rest Is Money podcast, because if I remember correctly, it's the land and the farm housing that is subject, or was subject to, or I guess it still is at a different rate, to agricultural property relief. But the things like the machinery that's used, is that business property relief that gets, or is that part of agricultural property relief? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, 809. So you'd need to be. Yeah, so you need to be about 8 million over the threshold. No, is that right? Hang on. No, but it's 20%. So you need to be 4 million, 4 point something million over the threshold. So we're looking at a farm worth about 7.5 million quid to pay 800 grand in tax. Like, that's ridiculous. That's not 500 fucking acres.
According to Ben, 500 acres is about £5 million.
Yeah, so she's just fucking wrong then. Yeah. Unless you've got a fucking castle as well.
That might be including things like farm machinery or the price of livestock included as well on top of the actual acreage of the farm. I'm not exactly the same as a tax expert to know whether that's subject to relief or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd have to have a fucking castle as well or something built on the land. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't believe the mathematics on that. I'm very skeptical.
I mean, I've been very skeptical of all the nonsense figures, the NFU figures have been parading around the media. Some guy saying 75% of the states are going to be affected by the new taxation.
My favourite one was Jeremy Clarkson. Did you see his tete-a-tete?
96%.
96%.
Yeah. Literally.
Where'd you get that number from? Oh, typical BBC. No, where'd you get that number from, dickhead? What are you talking about?
Because he was responding to Victoria Derbyshire saying that 96% of the states don't pay inheritance tax. And all I could think of when he did that, the second Alan Partridge reference, all I could think of was him saying, well, how many friends have you got? Well,
yeah.
So how many cows have you got? I've got 100 cows. Well, I've got 104 friends. honestly felt like he was just doing, well, you've said 96 is a number, so I'm just going to say a similar number just to get you. Because he's a fucking, like, gigantic man-child.
Literally. Oh, and the chickens are scared. They're saying, why are we so tall? Ah!
And then you plough the family in the field to turn into a dress for your wife, who's actually your brother.
Such a good line.
That would be 80,000 every year.
Yeah,
of course we do.
Yeah.
Beef burgers full of fat. Put it in the swan, they'll make it float better. What, really? No, you absolute cretin.
See, that's the kind of NFU I need. I need them to take the piss and pretend they feed beef burgers to swans.
Exactly.
Fact.
Exactly.
So, depending on what you're trying to achieve, you would have to sell land, and we would break up these businesses. Now, all for going after people who are selling their business and using business asset rollover relief to offset their capital gains tax. That is driving land prices. And when this land gets sold by these family farms, then those others will be buying it up. So I don't think the policy and the rhetoric...
And again, that's why the government should have first refusal and get that land back. I mean, it should just be taken from them, but in lieu of that, if we're going to do the capitalist thing, we should have first refusal as a nation on purchasing our own fucking land back.
Yeah, or just to fucking ban the big agribusinesses from buying it. Just tell them to fuck off.
Yeah,
like
I'm
the same way we should be banning big foreign companies from owning our houses or owning our water industry, right? Just fucking ban it.
Yeah.
Match.
So can I just ask you, is there any level at which you think farmers should be liable for inheritance tax? At the moment, depending if you're married or not, it would amount to about 3 million before you'd have to pay. I know there's various things within that, but it's roughly that if you are married. Is there a level at which you think inheritance tax should be paid by farmers, or do you think it should be paid by no farmers?
I think you need to consult with the industry and get the evidence. The NFU's evidence at the moment looks.
Okay, so that's basically she's as extreme, just with a nicer, way of putting it. She's basically saying there, no, I don't think farmers should ever have to pay tax, which is ridiculous because they're still fucking people. Like, why should everyone else have to pay tax? Farmers use the fucking NHS, so everyone should fund the NHS, including farmers.
Yeah, it's so funny to me. Like, I feel like every time you get these NFU people on screen, they undermine people's existing support for them, which is they do have broad support at the moment. Yeah. And they just continually just essentially saying, no, I'd actually like to pay less or even no tax.
Yeah.
That money's mine and I'd like to keep all of that.
Yeah, exactly. In the same way that, like, you know, the nurses are broadly supported, because people can see, like, oh, we need hospitals, and they know we need food. So farmers generally, people are cool with. People aren't even that fussed by the fact that they're getting a sweetheart deal. They're getting, you know, half the thing at 4 times the threshold, etc., right? That's they're you know, that people will sort of look past that, because farmers are useful and worthwhile. But when you have dickheads like this going on and basically saying, I don't think Jeremy Clarkson's daughter should ever have to pay inheritance tax, but you should, you lose all of the support and goodwill that you would have.
It's like 75% of farms sit above that £1 million threshold, not 27%. So if 75% of farms do sit above that threshold, that's got to be looked at.
But just on the principle,
so that's where
until the government
that's where their numbers have come from for 75%. That's where the numbers have come from.
The NFU.
They're above 1 million, when actually the vast majority of them will be able to do conveyancing enough so that they don't actually have to pay it at all. Because once I'm assuming there's probably a lot of that 75%, which is between 1 and 3 million.
Yeah.
Change the rules. No farms had to pay inheritance tax. Do you think there is a level at which farms should pay? You obviously think it's too low now, but is there a level at which you think farms should pay inheritance tax, or should the very wealthy landowners not have to pay it either?
They're not very wealthy. That's the whole
I'm just
point.
saying. But as a
no, but there are. I'm sorry. There are. Look, don't get me wrong. There are legitimate farmers, even weird posh ones like you. Fine, but there are lots of people like Jeremy Clarkson who have just got some money and have now essentially ethnically cleansed poor people out of the countryside by buying up all of the land and doing fuck all with it. Those people do exist. Should they have to pay inheritance tax, dickhead?
Also, fucking Lord Grosvenor, whatever the fuck his name is, who owns her farm that she tenants off of, it's fucking 10 billion quid.
Yeah.
Tax the fucker. She's not even the one who's losing out here.
And she's not even the head of the NFU, and she's a crossbencher, so she could just say the thing. She can say basically anything she fucking likes. She's a life peer. She can say whatever she likes. She can't be removed. Don't you love democracy?
I would say tax them on what they're making, by all means. Yes, if they are making substantive profits, tax them on that. But this breaking up of these small businesses...
No, but the point is, Jeremy Clarkson is not making profit off his farm right now because he's not doing anything with it. It's meant to essentially absorb the money that he wants to keep out of the government's reach. That's the point. That's why you pay inheritance tax, to avoid that nonsense, right?
Gee, that's a good point from Citizen Brooks in chat. Is this actually good politics from Labour, just getting posh people to admit that they don't think that their millions of pounds worth of assets are a lot of money, and just make them look out of touch on TV? Well, just get them to shit all kind of public sympathy with them down the toilet?
It is, right? But in exactly the same way that the freezing the pensioners was bad, in that they have absolutely no idea what the fuck they're doing. They've stumbled arse first into a good policy, in the same way that they stumbled arse first into a bad policy with the freezing pensioners or the keeping the second child tax credit. They have no idea what they're doing or what public reaction to it will be. Their communications, their strategy is non-existent. They're just sort of bumbling around trying to do things, and the stop clock on this occasion was right, and a good outcome has come from it. But given Starmer's fucking nonsense, I wouldn't be surprised if he backs down to some extent, because he is a spineless cunt.
True.
That's the tragedy, and that's what's got to be avoided. So consultation is needed to provide the evidence and then act and look perhaps to raise the threshold if it's being affected.
But whether or not inheritance tax should be paid by anyone in farming, I realise I don't have an answer from you. Nick, this has caused so much upset with the farming community. Did you not see this coming?
Well, listen, I used to shadow the Home Affairs brief in opposition, and I was doing a lot of work then around rural crime, speaking to communities about that, particularly rural communities, and that there's unhappiness in rural communities and huge concern came as, of course, no surprise. It's what I've seen in recent years and many years past. But can I just say, first of all, that the government in the budget made a £5 billion investment in farming and agriculture over the next couple of years, which is the single biggest investment in sustainable food production in this country's history. And this government as well will be, for example, protecting farmers in trade deals. I know when that was something you used to raise, about the trade deals the previous government had signed. We will look to negotiate a veterinary agreement between the UK and the European Union so that farmers can trade their produce more easily. We will publish, to go back to my
well, let's talk. Yeah, but let's talk. The question is about inheritance tax. So let's just get to the core of Vanessa's question, which is about inheritance tax. What are we all supposed to make of the figures? Because on the one hand, you've got the government talking about, something like 520 estates per year may be affected by these changes. Obviously, these changes will affect not farms just on a year. They will affect
also
farmers
point out
for
as
years
well
to come. And
it won't affect people who pass on their family farms more than 7 years before they die, which I'm assuming is going to be a lot of people. Like if you're reaching retirement age, 67, you're still going to you'd have to live until 10 years lower than the median age at death in this country, the median life expectancy. You'd have to die 10 years before that to not pass on to pay inheritance tax if you passed it on at the time when everybody else retires. So there's going to be a huge number of farms who don't pay it just because they pass on their family farm, which is what they say they care about. The passing down of the intergenerational nature of family farming is what they actually care about here, not necessarily, wow, you're taxing me on my assets. This is what they say, of course, But, okay, well, just pass it on when you reach retirement age. And then chances are it's very, very, very likely you're going to live until 75.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to get everyone's hopes up too much, but there's some interesting news coming out of Mar-a-Lago. According to the press pool there, the CBS TV crew on the site, 2 ambulances and several vans of Secret Service have seen leaving Mar-a-Lago in the last few minutes.
I feel like the gif of the African pallbearers.
Yeah, exactly,
standing there waiting.
Yeah. About 20 to 25 cars, 2 ambulances, and a helicopter were hovering above. Good God!
Oh my God!
Please,
I know, but then that would be fucking JT Vance.
No, I know it's bad either way, but it would still be funny if he doesn't make it. Look, how good would that be if he doesn't even make it to inauguration day? Oh, please!
Oh my God!
Donald, mate, you've never do me a solid and please die. Please, please, please. The massive coronary he's been threatening for 20 years. Please. Again, I don't want to get people's hopes up. I'm just saying.
Okay,
fingers crossed.
Air in the world. He'll almost certainly be fine if so. Also, thank you to Fantastical for the 400 bitty bits. That's very much very generous.
He is 80. I mean, they'll do what they can for him, but he's 80 and he eats McDonald's that's cold. I'm not saying I don't think he's in the best shape possible, Just saying. Exactly. If I'm looking for someone to finger, you know what I mean?
True. Also, thank you, Citizen Brooks. I appreciate you saying that. I made a good point about this yesterday. How is anyone else supposed to get into farming if no farming can ever be sold because it's sacred, untaxable family ground? A very good point, actually. Thank you. I appreciate you bringing that back up.
Yeah.
And then you've got figures that are being quoted by the National Farmers Union and others, which were saying far more farms will be affected. What are we all supposed to make of it?
It might be a guest and updrive. No. If it was a guest, there wouldn't be 20 to 25 cars of Secret Service people. It's not that ambulances were seen at Mar-a-Lago. It's a hotel. Some people will get sick, especially considering, I imagine he cuts corners on safety in the food preparation department. People probably get fucking salmonella all the time. I'm just saying, if it's 20 to 25 cars of Secret Service, that's one of the top dogs. It's either Trump or Vance or the actual Vice President Elon. It's one of those 3.
Okay, apparently the ambulances are a routine part of JD Vance's motorcade.
What?
That's very weird to me.
That can't be true. Why would they have... all the time he has 2 ambulances with him? Why? What fucking purpose would that serve? If that's true, that's unbelievably strange. Because surely he has medical staff with him, but why would you need ambulances? You're in a fucking car. Oh, anyway.
Also, by the way, Kev, Mr. Satnav says that you're still streaming on YouTube. Not sure if you know, if you haven't accidentally not closed it.
Am I? I shouldn't be. I definitely switched it off. Is Restream fucking me?
You might have just like started a new stream or something. I don't know.
Let me have a look. My RT input. It shouldn't be. It says offline. Hang on a minute. I'll go onto my YouTube. I will check personally to see if I'm still going.
Yeah, it's showing us live on my end.
Let's have a look. Let's have a cheeky little gander. Why is it? Why are you being shit, YouTube? Stop being shit. YouTube Studio. Hang on a second. Sorry, everyone. I'll press play on this and I'll get back to you. Thank you.
That figure of 500 of the wealthiest being affected per year on HMRC figures. You, of course, do have a situation if you have a couple, and I think, Fiona, you referred to it yourself a moment or two ago. If you look at agricultural property relief, which is, if you like, the tax relief on the land, plus the reliefs that a couple would get who were living, of course, in the property on the land and passing it on to their descendants, it's £3 million, above which the rate is then 20%, which in direct answer to the question is half of what the normal figure is.
In terms of the number of farms that are being affected, hang on, Nick. In terms of the number of farms being affected, if the government's saying 520 estates will be affected per year, overall, out of all the farms that there are in this country, it's at 200,000 or something like that, how many overall would be affected by these changes in inheritance tax? Not per year, but overall, because those are the figures that the NFU is using.
Well, yes, and there is a dispute with
So what are the government's figures?
The government figure, which I think Minette referenced, is about 27.
I am still going on YouTube. Well, that is very strange. That shouldn't be happening. 1 second, everybody.
I mean, if it's gotten this far, you should be. I guess we've mostly been jabbering, though.
Well, exactly, yeah, and I don't want to sort of tempt fate.
That's what I was thinking as well.
So I'll go customize that, and I'll just raid you. Hopefully that does the trick. Who's going? Vouch is going. So I'm just going to send you over.
I could raid into the Windies cricket account.
Is that live, is it?
Like, so yeah, so people can go and enjoy Jamaica versus the Leeward Islands.
Oh, fuck yes. Let's go. Right, I should now be off. If I'm not off, I'm gonna go fucking mental. No, it's still locked. How?
Jamaica versus the Leeward Islands.
It's still How is it still going? I just raided you out. Fuck it. Okay, you know what, YouTube? Do your worst. I don't fucking care anymore.
7% of the total. So if you look at that, you can do that per year, or you can do it in total. Per year, it's around about 500.
And overall?
The actual figure, you've then got the unaffected number is around about 1,500 per year. So that's the figure.
So no, the question I'm asking is, how many farms overall?
Well, it's 27%.
And how many is that in numbers?
It's a yearly figure.
How many is that in numbers?
Of 2,000 per year, around about 500, as I say, will be affected. They will be the wealthiest farms. The other...
Have I got 25%? Just fucking said. What more do you need to say other than fucking 25%? Extrapolate that for the rest of the farming. Fucking hell. These are genuinely, it makes me furious that I have to keep defending the Labour Party that I fucking hate because our press is so fucking terrible at their job. They frame things so stupidly that even something that I already attacked them for, I have to defend them on.
Yeah, it's fucking mad. Yeah, she's doing the Paxman thing of asking the same question over and over and over and over again, but she's already got an answer. So
did you threaten to overrule him? No. But did you threaten to overrule him? I already told you, no.
Yeah. I think the guys need to show over the what's this? Oh, I don't know.
Nick, hang on, because this is what we don't understand. You've got Minette saying it's going to be about 70,000 farms will be affected.
75,000
75,000 farms will be over the limit. How many overall does the government think are over that limit?
The figure that we rely upon, and it comes from HMRC, is 27% of the total. You can do it 27% per year. You can do it 20% overall, or 27% overall.
So how many farms
but
is that in total?
The point that
What's the number?
Why does it fucking matter, you fucking idiot, Fiona? Oh my god! Why are you banging on about this? Just take the total number. He hasn't been briefed the total number of fucking farms, so can't tell you. You go and ask. You don't get a fucking researcher to get in your ear roll and tell you the total number of farms. Say, well, the total number of farms is 400,000,001, right? Oh, so it's 400,000,001. 27% of that. There you go. Have your fucking answer. Jesus Christ, it's ridiculous.
Come to on this is this.
I don't want to press it.
We have had to. We have had. Well, it's 27% of the total number. But the point I want to
about
just
54,000.
point that I just want to make on this is, look, nobody is saying
she already
this
knew.
is an
She already
easy
fucking knew.
decision. But we.
Yeah. This is fucking wank.
This is dreadful.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Have had to balance up, on the one hand, fixing the public finances, and in addition to that, investing in our public services that communities, rural and urban, up and down the country, rely on, and rebuilding our NHS. What we also have tried to do is to ensure that we're protecting small family farms as well. That's the balance the government's trying to strike.
Let me a minute. I know you want to come back in, and I also want to come to you. I just want to hear a bit from the audience. Nessa, you asked this question, and the way you phrased it was, why should some farmers believe they shouldn't pay inheritance tax like the rest of us? Do you think they should?
I'd like to be persuaded otherwise. Yeah, you know, I think I don't see why they shouldn't. I can't think of a reason why they shouldn't. So, the reason why I asked the question was because, you know, I'd genuinely like to know the answer, because other businesses pay inheritance tax. If you had a bed and breakfast or something and you lived on the property, then when family members inherit that business, that is also their home as well as their income.
Okay, let's hear a bit from our audience here. So I will come to you, I promise. Man with the glasses there.
Yeah, I thought inheritance tax was to tax the wealth that somebody inherits, whereas these farmers are inheriting a way of life, a livelihood, and therefore they're not actually going to gain.
Oh my fucking god!
It's
land. It's millions of pounds of land. Of course, it's wealth.
No, it's a philosophy. It's a philosophy. It's a mentality. Okay? They're inheriting a work ethic. You just wouldn't understand. Like, come on, man. Fucking Christ.
Because again, like there are genuine like counter arguments. We went through these ourselves when we were having a deliberation between the two of us over the merits of this policy, right?
Yeah.
We went over the coals. We broadly kind of hashed out and came to the position that we are now. And at no point did either of us have to go, but they're inheriting a way of life, not an asset. And like, via a fucking asset, though, mate. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so stupid.
Yeah. Absolutely mental. Again, it's almost like they're such weirdos that, I mean, because he's not even a rich guy, I don't think. He's just a bootlicker. Like, they're self-discrediting. No reasonable person watching that thinks that like, he's just made a good point. I don't know what he thinks he's making a point. Like, it's sad. Very sad.
And wealth. So if they were to sell it, yes, okay, go for the capital gains, go for other taxes. But the inheritance tax, no, this is one that they shouldn't get burdened with.
Okay, woman at the back there with her hand up. Yes, you've got a black top on.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Labour doesn't actually know what it's doing, because you've
starting
sort of like tax people.
Yeah, I mean, got him. Yeah.
I mean, the problem, of course, is that we knew, Kev, we knew that Labour didn't know what it was doing. We've known they've not been. We have known that they don't know what they're doing for plenty of years, right? It's almost like that at literally any point before now, anyone could have scrutinised Keir Starmer or Rachel Reeves over their potential policy platform when they won the election, or scrutinised the fact that they didn't have one on loads of different issues, and then the rest of the public would know that they don't know what they're doing. But that scrutiny never happened, and so Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves and all of their little cronies got to use the media as an election mouthpiece without any criticism or scrutiny whatsoever, and the rest of the public are having to deal with the fact that they essentially were sold a mystery box on July the 4th.
Yep. The great noticing, I think, is starting to settle in with some people.
who do food, then you want to actually kind of make people poorer who've worked and contributed. So it's like, what are you doing? And I always think it's just a stalling tactic for actually just to tax people in the end.
I mean, yes, we should be taxing people
I don't
more.
know.
Well, as
more
with
tax.
Yeah, as with all of this, Labour needn't have gotten themselves into any of this shit. They could just tax rich bastards and corporations. That's a thing they could have done. Would have gotten a lot of support from people. But, you know, Rupert Murdoch wouldn't have liked it.
No.
Okay, man at the back in the blue shirt.
Hi, I
And
keep
also,
hearing
hang on a
this
minute.
term, cash poor and asset.
And they kept saying, she was saying, oh, well, they're taxing these people who, like, work hard. And they're not being taxed on their work, are they? They're being taxed on the fact that they're inheriting a gigantic asset.
Yeah.
Rich, and I understand my maths aren't great, but for £400,000 worth of inheritance tax, you have a £5 million estate. I'm afraid you're going to have to find me the world's smallest violin to tell me that you don't pay tax on an estate that you're passing down to your children of £5 million. It sounds crazy to me. The other point I would make...
Yeah, no, fair play. Yeah.
Based.
I understand that farmers don't make huge profits, but in the non-farming world, if you're making a profit of £23,000, which is just over or around the minimum wage, you're insolvent. And any of us running a business in this audience that are making those sort of numbers, we would legally be forced to close that business because we would be insolvent.
As you know, farming has traditionally had subsidies from the government because there's a recognition from the government that we need food and it's not necessarily the most profitable business to be carrying out. Is that not something that persuades you?
No, I think the issues there lie further up and down the chain. I think the supermarkets and the prices that they force farmers into supplying at needs to be looked at in more detail.
Okay.
Because clearly they're supplying their product at a price that's unsustainable as a business.
Okay, now a minute, I know you want to come back in. Now let me bring the rest of the panel. Harriet.
Well, what I heard from the farmers from Worcester...
I mean, true that they're not making a lot of money, but that's not because they don't have a valuable product. It's because the people buying it are so small that they're able to essentially completely dictate the price in a massively unfair way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, the problem that we have is we have a ridiculous system where the free market has fucked both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
In the monopoly power, as you say, of the giant supermarkets and manufacturers is essentially cartelized to force down the price of these things so much so that farmers are getting scalped, which means that the scalped farmers then have to rely on subsidies to continue production. And the fact that we've given them an inheritance tax break, rather again, just not force them to pay inheritance taxes, massively increase the value of the land, which has therefore created competition to drive up that price within the field of people who want to buy it to avoid inheritance tax on their end, meaning that, just the removal of a tax and the completely unregulated nature of monopoly power of supermarkets is where we've gotten to. So ironically, the way in which we fix this is by having, I say ironically, it just turns out the Social Democrats were right all along. So we fix this is with more regulations and more taxes.
True. Oh, that's quite a nice one. Matt Gaetz is withdrawing his nomination so he can spend time with other people's kids. True.
Who came down to see me and lobby me on Tuesday were some really, really emotional.
Lobby. That's another word for corruption. They came down to corruptly try and get a change. Also, interestingly, you're our Green Party spokesperson. Fuck it. How do we feel about the Greens' reaction to this? Because I've not been massively impressed, if I'm honest.
I mean, the only thing I've seen was from Adrian Ramsey, essentially just saying that we do not hurt family farms. Right? I think, what was it? He was. I mean, again, I think he was kind of saying the other side of the arguments that we were making together when this news first drops and has come. Then on the other side, like, I disagree, but I'm not going to get mad.
No, I'm
especially
not
when he's got to try and pander to this community, right? Yeah. I mean, what we again, just what I was saying about Green Party strategy. I mean, I don't think it was with you, but it was just with Stream, right? That my Green Party strategy, I think they need to adopt is explicitly being anti-corporate at a time in which fucking Keir Starmer is actively tweeting out how positive he is about the fact that he's engaged with Larry Fink from BlackRock, just immediately handing the conspiracy theory nutcases all the evidence they need on a platter. And then we need to respond by saying, well, no, we're the anti-corporate party. Otherwise, there's no voice for anti-corporation politics on the left. And so if Adrian Ramsey to win over rural voters on this one specifically went with the line saying there needs to be some reform and that needs to get teased out. But what we need to ensure that corporate buyouts of farms, either as an inheritance tax dodge or because farmers are being forced to sell up to these people, is something we need to stop. That's what I think we need to go. Just hammer how anti-corporate he is without specifically making any prescriptions on the policy.
I was also a little bit disappointed with Just Stop Oil, who were on the protest as well, albeit not many of them. But do you really think that's the vibe, lads?
I mean, I think they're doing it. I think they just made up some kind of thing about why they should be there, because I don't think they actually campaigned on the inheritance tax, which was the reason for the protest. I think they just turned up to make a point about how blocking roads is only bad when pink-haired millennials do it, apparently.
True.
So if they turn up on the protest with the farmers, all the right-wingers suddenly have to pretend they agree with Just Stop Oil's right to be on a protest.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's what they need to do. In order to have okay, here's 4D chess for you, right? Next time Just Stop Oil want to do a thing, they can kill two birds with one stone. They can help out poor farmers, pay the farmers to turn up and act as a human shield, because then the right wing will not know what to do. Because you've got the farmers on the outside, but the Just Stop Oil are on the inside of the thing. So do they want the police to batter through the farmers to get to the Just Stop Oil people, or do they have to pretend they actually support freedom of speech? They're going to be all over the place.
Yeah. One thing, going back to the Green Party, I think one thing that they miss with the message here is that they campaigned for a wealth tax at the election.
They did.
They campaigned for a wealth tax at the election. And their inheritance tax is a wealth tax. It's paid on assets very specifically. Of course, they said that their cutoff should be £10 million for a wealth tax. So the argument probably, if you're going to oppose this, right, and tactically to win over rural voters, yours should be, we agree in principle that these things need to happen because we support wealth taxes, but the threshold needs to be higher to allow family farms more leeway. I just don't agree with the policy. I don't think there should be I don't think there's a divine right for farming as a practice to be intergenerational.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone else has to fucking do it. Why is your industry so special?
Yeah.
Stories, and these were people who were in floods of tears for their family livelihoods. And we heard...
What about the disabled people who you were happy to mince as a member of the government? Harriet, did you care about their tears? The ocean of tears you caused there? No? Okay.
A huge obfuscation of statistics from Nick just now. 100% of family farmers over time will find themselves caught in this process.
Of course, they may not all pass on their farms to be inherited.
And they may not all pass on their farms to be inherited, but all of the family farmers who want to pass on to the next generation do something very, very precious for us. And that is that they provide food security to...
I agree. They do provide something important. Farming and food is important. Just pass it on 7 years before you die. Just pass it on before you die. 7 years. It's not, again, there's an easy way of getting at this. If your main concern is passing on the farm, and let's pass it on earlier than when you're on your deathbed.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would do that.
Controversial position.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would do that anyway. Presumably, if they know they're passing it on anyway, surely you would pass it on a little bit before so that they get more used to running the farm themselves, and you can kind of coach them through that in your dying years.
And so you can fucking retire. Farm work's pretty difficult.
Yeah, you'd think so, but I don't know why they're doing this deathbed thing. That's very strange.
The UK. And one of the things that I learnt this week was a phrase from Clement Attlee, about whom Nick has written a biography.
You keep his name out of your fucking mouth. You are not fit to speak his name. Praise
How
be
dare
upon
you
him.
stand where he stood?
Exactly. You're not fit to lace his boots. Now fuck off.
Which was that after the First World War, where we ran into food security issues, he vowed that the UK should never find itself in that position again. So that, I think, is what makes this different from the ordinary...
I mean, you say that, but we've actually had a massive explosion of food bank usage and literal cases of starvation in the UK for the first time in generations, thanks to your government. Just saying, like, if you want to tell me about how food security is so important, maybe look inward.
Also, as a good point, Sarah, I mean, I hate to go all Femi on everybody, but did she support Brexit? That's not helped other food security, and it hasn't helped farmers who've lost EU subsidy.
No justice, FemTG. Boom.
Well, it's true. I am a FemTG. Very
Well,
true.
that is literally true in that sense as well. Oh yeah, Femi was on with Turn Left yesterday.
Secret, yeah.
Yeah. I'll be on tomorrow. I'm on with Curtis. Yeah.
So Ben Sharp says Labour ran in 1945 on nationalising land. Yeah, they want to go full decolonization.
Let's go.
Family who is caught in an inheritance trap situation. These are people who put food on our table, who have who provide the milk in our supermarkets, who are the people who feed us. And so therefore, to take away a fifth of their farm every time it changes generation, you can see how over the long term that is going to erode their ability not only to pass down the land, but really importantly, to pass down those traditions of dairy farming, those traditions of arable farming,
I mean, I think
which are the things that make our breakfast.
It's worth pointing out, isn't it, just in the interest of balance, that the Conservatives are swinging right behind the farmers. I mean, I don't want to put words into your mouth, Minette, but I mean, there was a time when the National Farmers Union was very unhappy with the Conservatives in terms of trade deals and with Australia, for example. I mean, even the former Environment Secretary said it wasn't a good deal in the end once he was out of office. And in terms of replacing the subsidies that were given by the EU, they were not replaced in anything like the same amount.
Well,
so you weren't the farmer's best friend then.
Oh, I'm just trying to explain to Vanessa why I think it is important that we make this distinction as far as inheritance tax is concerned. And as Minette will know well, I, like many members of Parliament, meet regularly with my local farmers. And yes, they do always have things that they want to raise and to change in the world. But I think the principle that we rely on farming for our national food...
She was what, sorry?
She did support Remain in 2016.
Oh, she did,
security for the soil of this country to be producing the food that we eat is something that is truly unique about farming and why I think we have this exception.
So, Daisy, what about Vanessa here? Because... I mean, obviously, this has been in the news for a week or so, and Vanessa, you will have heard the arguments. You've heard the arguments so far. Minette's spoken very passionately about it, and you're yet to be persuaded. I know you support the farms in this. How would you persuade someone like Vanessa and the other voices we've heard?
Let me try and persuade Vanessa. So...
not to put you on the spot, right?
Farmers are really critical to food security. They are the guardians of our natural environment, and we cannot decarbonise our food supply chains in this country without their support. We are an island nation. If you look around the world, there is political instability, there is the threat of future pandemics, we have climate change. We have got to, as an island nation, make sure that we can feed ourselves. And that food security and the food production can only come from protecting farmers in this country.
Mention Brexit. You're a Lib Dem, you have to mention Brexit.
You know it's coming, right?
Yeah.
You know it's coming.
She's opened her mouth on this and she hasn't mentioned Brexit yet. So, I mean, she's doing well. She's several seconds clean. You know, God bless her.
Where's the Remain dividend going to come into play? Also, thank you, Ben, for pointing out that, if my family pass on a property they mainly rent out, should I not have to pay inheritance tax if I'm cash poor? Because landlording is a lifestyle that's passed down from generation to generation.
Exactly. Look, owning shit has been in my family for generations. Okay? I can't... you could use that with literally anything. It's a lifestyle choice. What the a lifestyle. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Fucking nonsense. Yes. Thank you, Rebranded Ham, for resubscribing. Much love. Much love.
I think what we have from Labour's measure is the worst of both worlds. So I am very strongly in favour of closing the loophole that allows the super wealthy and the private equity companies to buy up land and exploit it and pretend that they're farming when they're not. But the measure that Labour have taken doesn't close that loophole. It's still efficient.
you know what that loophole is called? It's called agricultural property relief, the tax that Labour are cutting, the tax cut that Labour are getting rid of, or not even getting rid of, a halving.
Yeah.
They're keeping it. You still get agricultural property relief. It's just 50% rather than 100%.
Yeah.
In tax terms for them to keep buying land. But at the same time, there are family farms that are going to be hit by this measure effectively as collateral damage. So actually, we've got the worst of both worlds. There is a different way that the government could have approached this. They could have looked at, for example, what happens in some other countries where there's a genuine family farm test. So actually, people who are exploiting the loophole get cracked down on, but you protect family farms. And that's just one example of what could have happened. But I think it's really important to remember that whilst it's this particular issue that has caught sort of the public's imagination, farmers have been really hit hard by a number of other things in the budget. They've been hit by the national insurance contribution increase as well, because they are employers. They've also had facing the prospect of their basic payments.
If they're an employer, then the farm itself isn't a family farm, then is it? It's a business. It's business property, not agricultural land.
Yeah, exactly. No, but employing people has been in the family for generations, so that you have to allow it. It's a lifestyle to exploit other people's labour.
Yeah, like if you're somebody who's just an employer, then my assumption is you've set up an LLC with this, in which case it's not a family farm at all, it's a business.
Yeah, but an LLC has been in the family for generations.
Exactly, being a limited liability company is a way of life.
Exactly. You can't expect people to pay tax on businesses. That's crazy.
It's getting cut faster than the new system is coming in. And I think what this debate has highlighted is that farmers genuinely are operating on wafer-thin margins.
They are literally saying means test the farmers now. Fucking hell. Is there anything they won't means test? Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell.
And to the gentleman at the back, I think you're absolutely right. Now is the time that we have to have a national conversation about why it is that we have a country where we have vegetables rotting in the field and children starving in school. Why is it we expect our farmers to take all the risk, get none of the reward, and ordinary folk can't afford to eat locally, healthily grown food? Those are the questions we should be discussing.
Well, let me ask you, Daisy, the question that I asked Nanette. Because the Liberals also have been very critical of Labour in this. Do you think inheritance tax should be paid by any farmers?
Right now, in the current circumstances where farmers are literally living hand to mouth, not right now.
I mean, there are.
Jesus Christ, I fucking hate
Lib Dems gonna Lib Dem.
I hate
never
Liberals
never change
so much. Fucking hell. So even ones that are worth £20 million shouldn't have to pay
Lord
any.
Grosvenor, £10 billion.
Yeah.
Pay inheritance tax? No, not at all.
No, fuck that noise.
They seem to not want any rich person to pay tax. They don't want farmers to pay any inheritance tax. They don't want posh people to pay tax on private school fees. They don't seem to want any taxes to happen. All they seem to want is all of the money. They just want infinite money for the NHS to literally come from a quote-unquote magic money tree.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. I think you can fund the NHS regardless. You shouldn't have to tax. It's a form of inflation control. But we have an inflationary problem at the moment, so maybe you need some taxes, whatever. But under the Liberal Democrats' own framework, when they supported austerity specifically under the guise of household budget economics, they cannot fucking come here to us and say, you need to fund the NHS. We can't tax literally anybody.
Yeah. No tax, only spending.
Yeah, literally no tax, only spend. That is how the Liberal Democrats work.
And you can get away with that when you've got 71 MPs and you're not going to be the government anytime soon.
Well, no, you can get away when you're not a serious political party and you're just fucking grifters.
Yeah.
Again, we castigate, and rightly so, we castigate Keir Starmer for being a weather-vane politician. The Liberal Democrats are a fucking weather-vane party. Literally, they've never...
Yeah.
Like, the last time anybody in the Liberal Democrats held up a strong position that wasn't Brexit equals bad was when Charles Kennedy opposed the Iraq War. That's it. That's the single, like, genuine position they've taken, other than, please, can we not leave the European Union? We hate democracy, despite being called the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah. They should really put Democrat in, like, quotation marks, really, after that nonsense.
Yeah, the neoliberal anti-democrats.
Love it. But I love the fact that they went on that march, the Lib Dem MPs, and you're like, do you think a single person on this march has ever or would even consider voting Liberal Democrat?
I think a lot of them probably would do, actually, just because the Liberal Democrats the Liberal Dems are, the Lib Dems are specifically positioning themselves as the Tories but nice.
Well,
That's it.
They
It's the
are
Tories but
now,
nice.
yes, but like that's a very modern take on it. Even though they've always been the Tories but nice, they're now just literally saying that that's what they are. Yeah.
That's where the 72 seats came from. They convinced Tory, established liberal Tory voters to vote for them because the Tories were bad because they're the bad man. That's it. That's it. That's the reason why they have 72 seats. They were the second choice. They're the second choice for everybody at this point.
Yeah.
Farmers, I totally hear what you say. There are farmers in that position, absolutely. There are some wealthy farmers, big landowners.
Sure.
Do you think they should be paying inheritance tax, even if they're farming? Or do you think literally no farmer should pay inheritance tax at all?
Right now, I don't think they should, because even when you've got very wealthy farmers, actually what you've got is economies of scale on the farm. And when you've got economies of scale and you can diversify what you're growing on a farm, that's a good thing for food production. We have to...
Okay, so literally, if they're worth $1 billion, if they're worth 20 billion, £1 trillion, no one should have to pay. You're a fucking idiot. You're just so... You know, I'm going to say it. Student politics.
It's unironically is student politics, isn't it?
Because you don't have to back up any of this nonsense. You know you don't have to back up any of this nonsense because you're not going to be the government. Or even if you did become part of the government at some point, it would be another coalition, and you could say, well, we have to sacrifice some things, so the farmers are going to be mulched into the earth, but we're going to get a 6p bag tax. You know what I mean? You can do that shit. The Liberal Democrats are a fucking joke. Nothing can convince me otherwise. They've sold themselves completely.
To look at through this issue, not through tax grabbing, but through the lens of food security.
There's a lot of sounds. I just want to hear a little bit more before I move on. So there's the young man at the back, with the hoodie on.
You say about protecting farmers. How can we protect farmers with a climate emergency and nature recovery when we have these inheritance tax issues?
Okay, man there in the glasses. Can you see it? Keep your hand up so we can get. There you go. Yeah.
I think the issue here for farming is as much that farmers are not only providing food, but they're also a repository of know-how.
Oh my god! Hang on a minute.
And
can we just talk 1 second, right? With this man's the way that he looks, I hate to rag on him for how he looks, right? Can we spot a million different things that make him clearly a Tory?
I mean, the jacket alone.
The jacket alone, because not only is the jacket obviously Tory, it's the sleeveless Tory jacket.
The sleeveless green, farmer, sort of gentleman farmer, yeoman farmer gilet situation. It's so Tory coded it hurts.
Zipped all the way up, with the collar the other way up, right?
Full button-down shirt situation.
And he's I mean, I hate to throw, not just throw stones in a glass house, but literally fire Russian nuclear warheads inside a paper house here. But that man's hairline is the Toryest hairline I've ever seen. Please, mate. Because if you just shaved it off, it would look super presentable.
It would be absolutely fine. I think that's what was referred to as a skullet. It's a mullet. A mullet that's bald on top. It's a skullet. It's very Tory. And then the weird little glasses and the kind of odd, small but strong chin. It's not a broad chin. It's very small but very strong. It looks like it could fucking take a bullet. But only for the 2 inches just under his lip. Yeah, no, he's basically he's a Tory.
Yeah.
The understanding of the countryside, I totally accept that there is a burden on the tax pot at the moment, and that we should be paying our fair share of tax. I have absolutely no problem paying my fair share of tax. My worry is that this is a tax which arrives...
Are you a farmer?
I am a farmer.
Right.
But at the point at which...
Did you have to ask that? Look at the jacket. Look at it.
Sorry, somebody put in chat that chin has been in his family for centuries.
True. Passed down from generation.
Oh, it's like
16th generation chin.
Yeah.
Well, I remember. What was it? I can't remember who it was, a Marxist of some variety, just said, was it a hereditary politician is as silly as having a hereditary mathematician, which is based and true, of course, but also I can't help but feel if they did have that, they'd try and pass it off. Like, they'd try and claim, like, you know, the E equals MC squared. Yeah, but my grandfather passed me this down from generation to generation. But I can trace my lineage all the way back to Pythagoras. You know, they'd try it. They'd try some shit, you know?
Which inheritance tax becomes due, you aren't in a position to pay it without selling an income-bearing asset, which then destabilizes the exact entity that you've built up to create a profit from.
Can I ask, if you don't mind sharing with us, is that the position you will be in?
Yes, and my parents are in their 80s. So the
Pass it on
argument
now,
from the
then.
government that, it's fine.
Pass it on now.
Yeah, do it now.
Fucking hell. Well, how are you in your 80s and you've not just thought, well, maybe I'll be dead in 7 years. Let's pass this thing down. Because, I mean, maybe they are still working the farm in their 80s and God knows why the fuck they are, but just work for your children then.
Yeah.
Work on the farm for your children.
Yeah.
Well, look, fuck it. As soon as they reach 18, pass it down to them and absolutely minimise the risk of it and having any inheritance tax at all.
Yeah, but basically, once you get to retirement age, you can do so and just pass it on. And then you get the 7 years trust. And look, you have to trust that your children won't stab you in the back and, like, kick you out whilst you're still alive, assuming they're going to let you, like, live and die on the property, you know, because it's a family endeavour. Then just pass it on earlier. Why the fuck would you risk this nonsense? I don't get it. I really don't. But I'm a city slicker, so yeah.
And just gifted away. 7-year rule, all of that stuff, where you can gift something for 7 years and there's no inheritance tax. It's not relevant to many, many people whose parents are farming with their children in farming estates, family businesses, and they are passionate about what they do, not because it produces an income for them they don't take holidays on a regular basis. They are passionate about the land they farm, and they farm it for all of us. That's the problem.
Well, listen, so if you are to inherit your parents' farm, you're going to have to sell some of it to do so. That's what you're telling us.
To be fair, I don't know that you can say that there aren't farmers with received pronunciation pronouns, because they are. There are gentlemen, fucking yeoman farmer pricks that still exist. They're not the majority, I don't think, but they do exist. I've met some, well, certainly heard some very posh farmers. Alistair Cook, for instance.
There are many farmers in that position.
No, but I'm just thinking because we've got a representative of the government here. So yes,
we've spent 30 years doing what governments have asked us to do and diversify our farming business. They said subsidies won't be forever. Rightly, in my view, they shouldn't be. We want to sell our food for the right price, not give it to the government, as it were, for a wedge. But ultimately, we have a situation where if this policy were to persist, it will materially and existentially destabilise our farming business.
Okay. Well, look. So what's your name?
William.
William is going to have to sell part of his farm should he inherit it. Is that actually what you want?
Well, firstly, just to say, well,
okay, but what are your 4 middle names? Is what I would ask this very posh man. And is any of them defeffel? Because we're going to have problems.
In terms of the situation that you're talking about, I would assume, and of course I'm not asking you to talk about your personal tax issues on question time, obviously, but I would assume that obviously your parents are both still alive, I assume.
They're in their 80s.
So yes, they say they're both in their 80s. So in that situation, of course, the ban, in effect, the nil rate ban for both the land and the property is going to be 3 million in that particular situation.
Let's assume that William knows his tax affairs. But he's saying he's going to have to sell some of the land if he inherits from.
So in other words, you're quite rich, actually, mate. You've got a land worth millions and millions of pounds. Like, I don't think it is going to be an existential threat to you, actually. Which, you know, is possibly true. I don't fucking know, but...
His parents, they're too old. Sorry, I feel a bit mean saying that. They're in their 80s, so this idea that they could gift it to you for 7 years and then make no income from it, but gift it to you for 7 years and then you wouldn't have to pay inheritance tax is unlikely. So what's he supposed to do?
That's the no. Look, they're gonna die soon. Your parents are mortal. You will cry as their bodies are interred. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a thing that has to be mentioned. Of course, we are literally talking about tax that applies when someone dies.
With a hoe.
William can go and finger himself. That is literally true. Thank you, whoever gave me money to say that. Thank you, Crustronomy, you mad bastard.
But the first 3 million, presumably, in that situation, is going to be on the nil rate.
But are you happy, as a representative of the government here, that he will have to sell part of his land to inherit?
Well, nobody is happy about making tough decisions, Fiona.
Oh God, tough decisions.
Are you even doing it to members of the public?
Oh God, 22 billion, blah blah blah. Yeah, we fucking heard it, mate. Jesus. Honestly, we used to do a thing where we try and find the latest point at which someone said Happy New Year, and I think I remember someone saying it to me once in March, if I recall correctly. Ridiculous shit. Anyway, and this feels sort of similar. How far into their government are they going to still try and push this canard? That everything's a tough decision, 22 billion black hole, fix the foundations, blah, blah, blah. Are they ever going to shut the fuck up?
It's going to be 2050 with, you know, with Wes Streeting's like 15th year as leader of the opposition going, well, when we were in government, we had to fix the foundations, which is why we are in a position where we're not actually going to be able to win this next election because of the damage that was done by the Conservative Party in 2024.
That's a fucking spot on impression. That's for a second I thought, is there a very Cockney twang to that? And I thought, oh God, she's doing the accent. It works. Yeah, that's actually very good.
You know, people were asking I think lady at the back.
The thing is, right?
What we're doing
with the West Streeting accent is that he's got the Cockney like vowels, but he's still kind of posh as well. Yeah. So there's a real kind of knack to only adding it to certain vowel sounds.
Yeah, true.
We will be making an enormous investment, along with reform, in our National Health Service of £25.6 billion. And I think we often talk, and the government says, about taking tough decisions, and this is a tough decision to do that. And then opposition parties say, we heard Kemi Badenoch say at Prime Minister's questions last week, she backs all the investment bit of what we're doing in public services and in the health service in particular. But then when you ask opposition parties about any part of what we're actually doing, they can't tell you how they would fund it.
Are you literally just describing the last 5 years of opposition Labour? Because that's literally all you did. You just said, oh, the nom will pay for every fucking thing that exists. Which was obviously ridiculous.
It worked, didn't it? There was a point at which even Rishi Sunak was saying their non-dom tax is paying for everything. People just vote for them anyway.
Yeah. That's the panacea. The nom.
Because I was just saying, let's a minute have a last
But why aren't you going after the wealthy investors, the private equity businesses that are buying up land, planting trees, offsetting their green conscience? You've done nothing to them. They're the ones that are driving the
offsetting
their inheritance tax.
Offsetting their green conscience. Do you really think the big problem here is someone buying a few acres and planting fucking trees? No, it's dickheads like your landlord. Yeah. That's the problem. It's fucking Jeremy Clarkson, who boasted openly about having found a tax loophole, but now it's, he has to try and make the point, oh, it's not about a tax loophole, I'm here to defend the farmers. Fuck off. Just fuck right off.
Land prices. These farmers do not want to sell that asset. That's the point. They're doing it all for the next generation.
Finally, we've gotten around to it. It's nothing to do with anything about what they've said before. We don't want to pay the tax.
Yeah.
Well, okay, brilliant. All right, finally, we've gotten around to brass tacks this issue. It's nothing to do with the intergenerational farming. It's nothing to do with passing down a lifestyle. No, it's just me no likey taxi. That's it. That's all it's ever been. It's just we don't want to pay tax.
Yeah.
Oh, at least you could have fucking said at the start.
Yeah, it would have saved a lot of time.
It's exactly why she couldn't answer the question of, do you think any farmer should pay any inheritance tax at all? It's why she couldn't answer the question, because she knows that the answer, of course, is no.
They don't want to sell that asset at all. They want to keep investing in it. This is going to stifle investment. Who is going to want to put up a new building? Who is going to want to put up a new dairy? Because that is going to make the whole business worth more money. We need that for animal welfare, for water quality, for everything else. We need to drive the investment, and nobody is going to. I don't understand why you haven't gone after this new purchaser of land.
But people aren't investing in farmland to build farms because they're buying up to use as an inheritance tax dodge. This is why we're not getting enough productive farming done, is because the land is not being used for farming, because it's being used to dodge the tax. Half of all land purchases were not being used for agricultural purposes in the last year, and the whole point is because it's being used as a tax dodge. This is why they're changing the tax policy.
Land, we're seeing it right across the country, and then they're coming, some of them not even paying their taxes here, are coming and pulling down taxpayers' money to plant trees and grow non-food crops. It's barking. You're going after the wrong people.
But we are certainly cracking down on tax avoidance. And to your point about long-term sustainability, that is precisely why the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs said in recent days we want to publish for the first time a long-term 25-year strategy for farm sustainability, which is going to be absolutely vital.
Can I just say, one of the questions one of the questions...
Really briefly, because I've got to fit other questions in as well.
One question, I think, for the gentleman who's the farmer here is...
William.
When William and other farmers have to sell that land, who's going to buy it? It's not going to be another family farmer. No. It's going to be the very equity companies. It's going to be the wealthy and also who can buy it and exploit it.
The amount raised is not...
Just to give you some indication of the nonsense of, well, all of this, I think I found the greatest piece of brain rot that exists on the internet. Absolute beauty, this. Starmer versus Stalin. Starmlin. Old comrade fucking KC, and they literally look persecution of farmers, so they're literally saying this is like dekulakization. Amazing. Jailing of political dissidents, removal of free speech, political show trials. I don't see, when did that happen? Oh, you mean the terrorists? Ah, fun. High taxes. I mean, technically, I suppose.
When did there wasn't taxes in Stalinist? There was a planned economy.
Yeah, I mean,
the government owned the means of production.
It's the least wrong of all of the things, so I'm just going to skip by it. Forcing citizens to freeze. That's a beauty. State corruption. I mean, they were both. Yeah, I suppose. Biased state media.
I mean, to be fair, you probably had you socialized energy production, so people are probably less likely to freeze in Soviet Russia.
A little bit. Creation of thought. Well, you can't have both creation of thought crimes, because thought crimes has already been created as a concept. That's rubbish. Cover up of murders.
Sure, Stalin. To be fair, Stalin did punish people for thought crimes, but then so did Augusto Pinochet. Yeah. This isn't specific to Bolshevism.
Cover up of murder. Whose murder has been covered up?
Palestinian children.
Well, that's true, but I suspect, given the politics,
that's not what they're
person,
referring to.
I don't think so. And then forced migration.
I thought they wanted forced migration.
Yeah,
I thought the rightoids were looking for forced migration.
I thought you wanted the Rwanda thing. No, what forced migration is Starmer doing? What? Anyway, so
forced migration. Is he trying to start the boats? Get them... What?
Start the boats.
Also, the persecution of farmer stuff. Again, they are trying to say, well, dekulakization is what Starmer's doing, which obviously isn't true. No. But even then, the whole point of the persecution of the farmers under Stalin was that it was specifically landowners that were targeted, right? Yeah. Tenant farmers weren't targeted. I guess they're not being targeted by Starmer either. Carry on, actually. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, he is persecuting the same people.
It is. It's fine. We've come around. Actually, the right wingers were right. Keir Starmer is literally doing decolonization.
Crastronomy, you're absolutely right. Stalin, his best policy was when he released the sausages. You're quite right. You know what? He is Stalin.
True, and Stalin infamously took campaign money from hedge funds based in tax havens. Very true.
He really did.
Money from people invested in the Israel lobby.
Well, to be fair, Stalin actually was pro the creation of Israel. Mainly because he wanted
yeah,
to get rid of Soviet Jews.
And that's true. And they thought that they could have it as being like their foothold in the Middle East. So 'cause there was like a kind of proto kind of socialist kind of stuff going on there, like Labour Zionism and shit. And turns out the Israelis wanted nothing to do with them. I mean, to be fair, after all the pogroms, probably reasonable.
Yeah, you know what? I don't blame them. But yeah, probably not a great bit of socialism there, Stalin. Unlike so much of what else.
So Stalin got his wife's clothes donated.
That is true. I mean, look, we don't have photographic evidence, but can we say for sure he wasn't in a private box at Arsenal at any point? They do play in red, and he did like a good shade of red, just saying.
Not going to fund the NHS for more than a day. So just that's the perspective.
Right.
So why do this?
You say that about each piece of spending.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's such a silly point. Yeah, and this is a stat that the right wing have come up with. It might be true, it might not be. It doesn't really matter. But the amount of money raised by this will keep the NHS running for 27 hours or something, which may very well be true. Let's say it is. So, like, we have to fund them for all of the hours of the year. So if this has got 27 covered, that's 27 down. Only a million more. You know, it doesn't... Look, yeah, every tax isn't going to cover everything. Of course it's fucking not. That's ridiculous.
And on top of that, like, at the end of the day, this policy isn't being done to fund public services. That's basically a lie that they're saying here. As you say, like, it's not a huge amount, although it's necessary. But it's being done to ensure that farming land is sold productively rather than to use as a tax dodge. That's the whole point of this tax, is to change is to change land usage as agrarian reform, as you were saying before.
Yep.
But of course, you know, that's too difficult for people to understand. So they have to go, well, it's going into the kitty that we have at the Bank of England, where the money goes in and can only be spent once we've taxed it. Like, that's how the only way people understand taxation as a concept.
Basically.
How long have we going? Almost 25 minutes on this subject, so forgive me, I'm going to move on. We may well revisit it. We shall see how this story...
I'm going to be genuinely... presumably the next question will be about Netanyahu and the ICC. You would think. I will be interested to hear the NFU's position on that. It's not really in the brief, is it? You know?
No.
Well, look, we support both Arab farmers and Israeli farmers. Like, what the fuck do you even say?
Developed.
Well,
Let me just tell you where we
I mean,
are.
to be fair, if she goes and says, well, Israel have destroyed all the farmland in Gaza and Israeli settlers are destroying olive farms in the West Bank, I'd be like, you know, fucking base.
Yeah, no, fair play, fair play.
So next week we're off to London, and we've got a very interesting panel actually. We have we'll have the government as usual, of course. We have the former Conservative MP, just turned reality TV star Jacob Rees-Mogg. We have the broadcaster Mariella Frost.
Yeah, why? I don't know.
I've got Mariella Frostrup, who was at fucking George Osborne's wedding. Mariella Frostrup was mad in my Menchies on Twitter when I called George Osborne a mass murderer. Referring, of course, to the fact that he was one who implemented policies that caused an increase of 300,000 excess deaths in the UK. So,
yeah, that's why I mean mass murder.
I'm not claiming that he's not gone out and individually stabbed 300,000 people. I'm saying that he implemented policies that did that.
No, but if you found out he strangled some people, would you be crazy surprised?
Would you be surprised? Yeah, true.
She's not been on for a while. Looking forward to seeing her. And also the politician turned podcaster. It's a bit of an ex-politician. Politician turned podcaster Rory Stewart. So don't miss that.
Oh,
just Tories. Just more Tories.
So, okay, politician. You mean former Conservative member of Parliament, former Conservative minister,
former cabinet member Rory Stewart.
So that's 3 Tories and a red Tory.
And Fiona Bruce, who's also a Tory.
Yeah, yeah. Like, okay, I think it might be a bag of shit. I'm just gonna spoiler alert for next Thursday, I guess. Fuck me.
Next week, and I have to say the week after that, it's an absolutely bonza panel as well. So you won't want to miss that. That's in Lincoln.
Yeah, we've got Hitler and Mussolini and Pol Pot.
Head balls.
Fuck it, head ball. Yeah. You got fucking Alistair Campbell. Fuck it. Get all your war criminals in. Let's go.
Anyway, London and then Lincoln. If you'd like to be part of the audience and come
I'll try and
and
get to Lincoln.
stick your hand up, ask a question, follow the Question Time website instructions, and hopefully I shall see you there, London or Lincoln. Okay, let's take our next question now, which is from Issy Stone. Oh, there you are at the back.
With the US and what looks like the UK also approving the use of long-range missiles into Russia, are we closer to World War III than ever?
Yes.
Lots of you asked this question
I
and
mean,
phrased it.
yes. I don't think it's as serious as some people like freaking out. It's a little bit like the Simpsons Club of do you think it's time for us to panic and crack open each other's skulls and scoop out the brains? Yes, Kent. Like, it's a little bit. For some people are going a bit mad with it, but like we are clearly closer than we have been since certainly the end of the Cold War. Yeah.
Yeah, in the post Fukuyama period, this is definitely the closest that we've been. I think that's probably the way of putting it, right? We definitely came much closer during the Cold War, but in a post.
Yeah, I think Cuban Missile Crisis was a bit nearer, certainly.
Yeah. Actually, to be honest, like the other nearest ones we've had is just people thinking that someone had launched nuclear warheads and didn't. Right? We actually probably got closer to nuclear war when the Norwegians launched a weather satellite in the 80s.
Yeah.
And the red button was actually brought to the desk of to the White House because they saw on their radar something that looked like an ICBM. Because if it's being fired very vertically from the way, it kind of looks like it's an ICBM coming from Russia, which I thought was quite funny. And there was also a time when somebody it was in the 50s, I think, where one of the Soviet radar operators thought he saw that the Americans had launched a nuclear warhead and just thought, nah, surely they haven't, and just didn't tell Khrushchev at the time. Probably fine.
But to be fair, it's probably best not to tell. I don't know. Well, maybe not.
But literally, everything his justification wasn't, I won't tell them because that will start World War III. He was just like, yeah, it's probably just a false alarm. Probably is wrong.
Yeah, it's probably like a bollocks, isn't it?
And then got fucking cussed out by Khrushchev afterwards. Like, mate, you should have told me.
To be fair, he probably should have done. His job was to do that. So.
Literally,
Yeah.
I reckon that it's probably malfunctioning, and that the Americans aren't that stupid.
Yeah. Are you called, Admiral of the Fleet, or are you called Chief Guesser, dickhead? Like, come on now.
In that way, actually, asking about are we closer to World War III? I mean, the UK, I don't know, so you're going to tell us differently, Nick. The government is not confirming that these Storm Shadow missiles are being sent from missiles that have come from Britain, but that's certainly what the BBC understands. That's our understanding. Nick, are we closer than ever to World War III?
Well, look, no, I'm not going to comment on operational matters or have a debate in public about that, as I'm sure you'll understand, because that kind of open debate only would benefit Vladimir Putin in these circumstances. So obviously I'm not going to do that. But in terms of Ukraine, this has been, a bipartisan issue in British politics over recent years. We supported the previous government from opposition in the measures that it took. And since the general election, we have continued to be steadfast in our support of Ukraine, whether that is in terms of providing military hardware, whether that is in terms of the £3 billion a year that we will provide to Ukraine for as long as it takes, whether that...
Oh, that sounds decidedly uncosted. I'm sorry, what time limit is it? Oh, just in perpetuity. Oh, okay, so just forever, just an indeterminate number. Oh, okay.
Kevin, you saying that there's not a magic military aid tree?
There is a magic missile tree that just appears and they cost nothing and it's absolutely fine. Again, just for anyone who doesn't know the position or wants to play silly buggers, I think it's fine for us to help Ukraine. Good. But what I'm suggesting is we either can't afford to feed children or not freeze pensioners, or we can because we can also afford to give money to Ukraine. Like,
exactly.
You can't have it both ways. That's fucking stupid.
Exactly. And also on the issue of firing missiles into Russia, is that obviously the weapon that was used in Ukraine earlier today, I think it looked like an intermediate range ballistic missile. But these are things that can hold nuclear payloads.
Yeah,
so
well, Putin has confirmed that it is this experimental ballistic missile. Yeah, so like,
yeah, again,
not
Yeah.
ideal. It's called the Orishnik, or the Hazel, apparently. And its deployment quote was the response to US plans to produce and deploy medium and short-range missiles, response decisively and symmetrically in the event of this escalation. Yeah, so that's their thing.
Exactly. So it's a show of force to try and prevent powers from from sending weapons to Ukraine they can use to fire into Russia. And essentially, they've changed their nuclear doctrine to be used against countries that supply weapons that get used to attack Russian territory. And that includes the United States and the UK now. So we are now if the nuclear button gets pressed, we will be the target as well as the United States alongside Ukraine. And there's also been some rumors and some talk about the potential of tactical nuclear weapons being used in Ukraine by Russia, not area effect, but tactical, like bunker buster type weapons to be used to attack things like infrastructure. Now, that's still a nuclear escalation, probably would still lead to some level of nuclear conflict. But even so, right, the fact that they are using ballistic missiles that can hold nuclear payloads, they haven't used one at the moment, but how the fuck do you know until the missile is impacted that the missile has a fucking nuclear payload or not? If they could launch one which still doesn't have a nuclear payload, and that could potentially justify a nuclear response from another power, therefore escalating towards nuclear conflict, right? Why we are taking these risks is ridiculous. It's psychotic to me. It's insane to me. And you and I have both supported the military assistance to Ukraine ever since the war kicked off. We've always supported it, but I have taken the Corbyn position of saying that we shouldn't be supplying weapons to be used to attack Russian territory, because that would leave us in the position we are now, where Russia treat us like we're a party to the conflict because we're supplying weapons to attack their sovereign territory rather than defend the territory of someone who they're invading. And as far as I am concerned, the main role of military aid to Ukraine is to ensure they have enough conventional firepower to resist Russian invasion to the point where Russia feel like they might not automatically win, so it needs to come to the table for some kind of settlement. That's my position. And this escalation that brings us into the conflict is terrifying to me.
It's not great. I'm not sure I would go with terrifying, because I think largely what Russia are about is sort of posturing. I think they've been shown to be a paper tiger, but you're still dicing with the situation in a way that you needn't do. Like, I don't think they're going to launch a nuclear weapon, but why you bring yourself closer to that situation when you don't really need to? Like, the thing is, if I felt for a second that this was more likely to end the war, I'd be like in two minds about it. But I don't see that the Putin gives two fucks about them being able to reach the outskirts of Rostov or whatever. Like, I don't think he's going to fucking end the war any sooner because of this. But what it does do is just put everyone else in fucking danger. You know? Like, it just seems like a really unnecessary thing to do. Now, that doesn't mean that Russia are also not being phenomenally irresponsible with talk about use of nuclear weapon. Although, again, it must be pointed out again that I think they're full of shit, because this is about the 20th time he's threatened nuclear war in the last couple of years. So, like, it's a pretty regular and obviously relatively hollow threat. But still, that's a chance that we needn't be fucking taking. It's just, it's so fucking unnecessary. And you mentioned the jam man, and I think it's the interactions I saw with the Libs, because he, as a member of Parliament, wrote a letter to the Prime Minister, as parliamentary people tend to, saying that he should give a direct statement to the House about the use of British munitions in this way, which is a perfectly reasonable thing for him to request. Now, the Prime Minister doesn't have to do it, but just asking for him to speak on this and for there to be a debate in Parliament about this significant development in international affairs is fine. And yet all of these fucking shitlib wankers coming out going, see, you can tell the difference in the leadership of the Labour Party, adults back in the room, student politics, blah, blah, blah. Motherfucker, he wanted to be a debate in Parliament about the fact that we might get irradiated. I think that's a perfectly reasonable request myself. Call me a crazy communoid, but I don't fancy a nuclear holocaust. Maybe we could talk about this. It's too much for the adults in the room.
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
mental.
And what's frustrating is I'm willing to be convinced other ways, right? I'm not dead set in my opinions on this, but this is my kind of gut reaction to what's happening here. And yet, there is one acceptable opinion and allowed on this, which is that Ukraine can do whatever they want forever, and we should be not changing anything on what they do, and they can. I know, just like the fact that like we're not even allowed to question whether or not maybe this escalation might lead to nuclear conflict drives me fucking insane. And people say, oh well, Corbyn is an agent of Russia because he's saying maybe we should try and come towards a peaceful resolution to the conflict. And I'm just like, are you fucking joking? I'm sorry, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't even agree. I don't think you're fine to disagree. You're fine to say, look, if we reach a peaceful solution, what's to say he might not invade again? What's to say that doesn't give him a carte blanche to annex more of Georgia or whatever? You know, there's plenty of things you could say potentially that in response, but the fact that you're not even allowed to ask them to actually respond and you just get called a Putin shill and ignored is how fucking childish this whole debate is.
And you know, the perfect place to make those exact points that you mention would be
Parliament
during a parliamentary debate on this topic, which is what he was fucking writing to him about. Fuck's sake. It's the mother of all parliaments. Make your fucking points. Jesus. But no, you can't even talk about it. It's like you say, there's one acceptable fucking opinion. And the thing is, what I want in an ideal world out of this horrible fucking slaughter that we've seen in Eastern Europe for the last 2 fucking years now is not realistically going to happen. I want Putin to fuck off out of Eastern Ukraine. I want him to fuck off out of Crimea. That's sovereign territory that should belong to the Ukrainian government. But what I want to happen, and what is actually possible, as we've seen from literally every single other aspect of public policy, are 2 very different things. And I don't want to just saying like, well, if you don't, you know, if we don't hold out for perfect, then we, you know, you're essentially saying, well, what happens? It just goes on forever. Ukraine gets literally blown to pieces, and there's nothing left anymore except rubble.
Yeah,
what purpose does that serve either? Like, I'm not saying that's necessarily better than than Russia just fucking rolling with tanks into Kiev, but like, at some point this does have to stop. Otherwise, you end up with Syria. Is that what you're after, or Libya or some shit? You know.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, how many Ukrainian lives is the Donbass really worth? And then I was just like, well, no, if Russia is at the point where they just take over the Donbass by force, they'll just fucking plow through the rest of Ukraine. Yeah. If they feel like they can get away with taking the Donbass and 2 other oblasts that weren't even part of the whole fucking separatist movement that they fomented in eastern Ukraine by throwing a bunch of Russian agents across the border in 2014, right? If they feel like they can get away with annexing whole 4 territories, the land, so get a land bridge and Crimea, why the fuck would they stop there? Why the fuck would they not go into Sumy and Kharkiv and all the way over to Kyiv eventually? Why the fuck would they stop?
Yeah. Lol, Dylan Burns has just gone live. Well, he's clearly heard us and has things to say. It's the only answer.
That is in terms of military training. We will continue to stand beside Ukraine.
Can I ask you about that, though? Because everything...
Well, what I do hope the NFU person does is to try, again, to sort of bring up the weirdness of their position at this point, because this is not a fucking farming matter, is to make it a farming matter and be like, we should do X, Y, and Z because we can't be vulnerable to the farming, you know, price fucking swings based on Ukraine and all the rest of it. I hope she tries to make it into a farming issue. That would be quite fun.
Weejock says, doesn't this argument suggest Israel is going to end up taking bits of Saudi Arabia and Egypt? Nobody's stopping them from taking Palestine. I mean, Saudi Arabia and Egypt, I mean, they're a bit more powerful and difficult to be able to push around, but they've already taken bits of Syria and Lebanon, right?
Yeah.
Like the Golan Heights and Shabar Farms.
Yeah, and they've invaded Egypt before. This is not.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is.
They took the whole of fucking Sinai in '67.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that would just be them doing the thing they've already done before. You know.
Mm.
When I'm talking to MPs off the record and contacts in defence off the record, what they are saying is, particularly given that Donald Trump is about to become the President of the United States, that he's talking about ending the war in Ukraine and America's being tired of funding the war in Ukraine.
Well, that's the real thing coming down the pipe, unfortunately, is that Donald Trump is literally preparing to stab them in the back right now. That's literally going to happen. Like, basically, if you're the President of America at this point, you just go to Vladimir Zelensky, you've got till January, mate. Because after that, you're fucked. He's not going to fucking defend you. You're joking.
Europe, as he would see it, that what we are approaching is some kind of deal next year whereby Ukraine loses part of its territory in the Donbass, the area that borders with Russia, certainly Crimea, probably part of the Donbass, and it's just a matter of time before that happens. Aren't those the actual conversations that are going on now?
Don't accept that, and I think that we'll have to wait.
That is what people
we'll
are saying.
have to. Well, we'll have to wait and see what the new American administration does in that regard. But what we are saying is we want to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position. That's what we've been seeking to do over the past few months, and we will most certainly continue to do that, both in terms of our own support to Ukraine, which is absolutely steadfast, but also working internationally. I mean, only this week the Prime Minister has been at the G20. We will continue to build that international support as well.
So, Daisy, I know the Lib Dems have been, as you said...
One person clapping very enthusiastically, though, I've got to say. But one person clapping is not a great show.
I mean, basically, this has been the reaction to Labour Party members saying anything on Question Time. But it shows you probably they're 25% in the polls. But of course, you know, if the Labour Party was led by anyone else, it would be 20 points ahead in the polls.
20 points ahead, yeah, absolutely. I think, you know what, I think this is the time for, let's say, a certain member of Parliament representing a seat in Birmingham to bring out stabbing in the front/back analogies again.
I wonder if that's a thing that she's gonna.
Chicken Coo 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Boogaloo, yes, installing comrade streeting.
Let's go
into the Politburo.
Yes, we've always been at war with East Asia. What are you talking about?
There's been bipartisan approach for this, for the support given to Ukraine. But one of your own Lib Dem MPs, speaking only this week, actually, I think it was saying, actually, despite what Nick is saying...
Actually, it's a good point. A good point, Jim Speak. Yeah, imagine if we still had a morally corrupt serial liar as Prime Minister. Couldn't imagine such a thing, Jim. Couldn't imagine a thing at all.
Well, thankfully we don't. So it's not a problem, Jim. Jesus.
Yeah, it's not an issue.
It's not an issue. Oh, I've contacted him and he has not replied. So I don't know. It could genuinely just be that he doesn't use Twitter anymore because, like, no one fucking.
He just posts his
uses
videos,
Twitter.
but like maybe he's not checking his DMs.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe he's watched any of our streams because you know what?
Yeah.
Despite the fact us continually saying not an issue, I still quite like the guy. I think he's funny and I think he's a nice bloke.
Yeah, I don't think his heart's in the wrong place. I just think he's
his heart is in the right place.
His fucking brain's in the wrong place.
His brain's in it's true. But I think he might have seen us just continually use the "it's not an issue" part from what one debate he said with Big Match like a year and a half
ago.
It's
not an issue.
It should never stop being a meme. It was very funny.
No, it wasn't even with. Yeah, it was the debate he did with me, wasn't it? It's not an issue. It's not an issue to everything. Nothing is an issue.
And in fact, what we've done is give them just enough to hang on in there, and it's been too little, too late. And what we have supported is effectively a war of attrition. Is that a view that you share? Should we be giving Ukraine more?
Well, first of all, let me just say we have had a cross-party approach to Ukraine in our British Parliament, and I think that has been incredibly important and served us very well. So let me just say that, first of all.
Well, it has and it hasn't. It has in the sense that there hasn't been any weird chicanery with people trying to stop funding like they did in America with the Marjorie Taylor Greene doing her weird shit where she tried to get, defund Ukraine or whatever. So I think that has been useful. But it's, as we've sort of previously pointed out, there is a cast iron consensus on not just that we should support Ukraine, but that we basically can't have any other opinion than X thing, that it has to be done exactly this way, and anyone who disagrees is clearly a communoid. You're clearly a Putin stan, That's
exactly.
Actually not helpful in terms of debating out the rights and wrongs of public policy.
Yeah, it's very silly. It's very silly, especially, considering the kind of people who are saying this now are the ones who are happy watching Tony Blair going to the opera with Vladimir Putin whilst he was literally fucking genociding the Chechens.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Chechens aren't white enough to be considered white now, so... you know.
Yeah, I was going to do a whole bit this afternoon talking about how obviously people are outraged that Keir Starmer supporting genocide. And I was like, well, our Prime Minister supported genocide every single fucking time, right? Blair was supporting Putin when he was doing genocide in the 90s. In the 80s, Margaret Thatcher was supporting the Khmer Rouge government in exile after they'd done genocide in Cambodia. And in the 70s, Wilson and Callaghan were backing Indonesia whilst they were committing genocide in East Timor. Like every single decade, we just back genocide after genocide.
Yeah.
But do you share your colleagues' view, your fellow MPs' view that actually it's too, Mike Martin, that it's been too little, too late?
I mean, sadly, I do. I feel as though we've been behind. Since the beginning, we've been behind. We've been on the back foot. We have been helping Ukraine. We've been doing it, not just the UK, I mean, just the West as a whole. We have been slow to act. And when we have acted, it's given them enough to keep going. But at the moment, it's not enough to help Ukraine win the war. I hope
and
very
do you
much.
think Ukraine can win the war?
Well, look, we as a party have said that there's...
I'm not sure they can, given the losses they've suffered and the amount of people that have left the country now, many might very well return, but many won't. I'm not sure they realistically can win it now. Like, not win it by the measure that they think. Like, they're not going to drive Russia out, unfortunately.
One thing I think is interesting, I was watching an interesting video the other day about Russia's economy. That it's performed much better than people expected by driving a really hard war economy, and that's really spurned economic growth and gotten the country being productive before when it wasn't as productive before. But that's obviously involved a lot of state stimulus. They've still lost a lot of productive capacity. I think it shifted to about 15% of GDP or something is into economic production for the military. But because that's involved lots of stimulus, that's filtered through into inflationary pressures in the regular market. And I think so their central bank has a 4% target for inflation now, but their inflation is around about 10%. It has been for quite a while. And that means central bank interest rates in Russia, they're fucking 20%.
Jesus Christ.
The UK has never had a 20% base rate from the central bank, right? So the economy in Russia is really reaching breaking point after performing much better than expected for quite a long time. So there might be a case in saying that if Ukraine can hold off, keep the main front of the war where it is right now, they can rely, especially on the dwindling number of working age Russians as they die in conscription or be sent to fight in Ukraine, to let Russia's economy implode as a method of trying to force some kind of solution to the conflict.
True, but I mean, that if time were not a factor, but we know it is, because if America pulls its support, which it will soon, Europe isn't picking up that slack. Even if we can pick up some of it, but not enough, I don't think, realistically. Unfortunately, I think they're fucked because Trump. Like, if Biden was still, or if Harris, I suppose, was going to be there, I think that would be a viable possibility. But it just isn't now.
No.
We estimate £20 billion worth of frozen Russian assets here in the UK. We think there's a further 20 billion around the rest of Europe. If we could get those assets and direct that to Ukraine to help them in their war, then yes, they could.
You know what's funny?
I really believe they could. But if
I genuinely think this is a good idea. I can't believe I'm agreeing with the Liberal Democrat, but plenty of other people have said this. But do you know that the Conservatives didn't do this specifically because they said, well, that might be a justification for further violations of property rights in future? How they love defending Western capitalism so much, they're going to let Russian capitalists destroy Ukraine and potentially, cause internal crises within Western capitalism just because they couldn't be bothered to violate the inalienable property rights of some Russian oligarchs. And I think that's very funny.
Yeah, they're fucking mental.
It is, and it's
No, go on, sorry.
And it's just frustrating. It's just genuinely frustrating that instead of confiscating a bunch of rich Russian oligarchs' fucking gigantic penthouses and using that money, instead we're taking money that we could have been using to feed children to send to Ukraine at a time of incredibly difficult political times. It's people aren't going to accept that for very long.
Yeah, and it's so
Americans didn't accept that. They literally voted for Trump because he was just like, "I'll stop spending money on Ukraine and Israel." As much on Israel, I'll stop spending money to Ukraine, and we'll use that because for America first. It's not going to do it for social programs, but it was a narrative that worked.
Yeah, And it's especially galling to see the same people who wouldn't take action against Russian oligarchs saying that Jeremy Corbyn was in the pocket of Putin.
It's pathetic, isn't it?
Cheeky bastards. And the media just went along with it because, Czechoslovak spy.mpeg. Yeah, brilliant, thanks.
If we don't do that, then it's really not worth thinking what the consequences are. I think, the question really was saying, are we heading toward World War III?
Is that it, by giving Ukraine more, some might argue that would be the thing that could possibly trigger World War III.
Well, look, Putin is a nuclear bully. He will continue to make threats about whether he's going to use nuclear weapons or escalate. But the fact of the matter is that we cannot capitulate, because if we do, he won't stop. He won't stop where he is. He'll go into the rest of Ukraine, and then he'll carry on. He'll carry on throughout Europe, and that is not...
Okay, now do Israel.
Exactly! Why does it never get applied to fucking Israel? Why?
Something that we can see. So we have to stand firm with Ukraine. We have to show leadership, and I believe, and my party believes, that starts by getting those frozen Russian assets and giving that money to Ukraine to give them the best possible chance, a really good fighting chance of winning the war.
All right. Man in the blue top.
It's an incredibly difficult situation. I think everyone can agree here that are Putin's actions thuggish in invading Ukraine? Absolutely, yes. But the more and more this war goes on, the more and more people are dying. I don't particularly buy into this old Soviet Union style that Putin would then go into other European nations. Surely we should...
He's literally violated the airspace and water territory of every single neighbour. Except China, obviously, because China could knock him the fuck out. But everyone else gets fucked on. Literally, even we. Look, how many times have they come into our fucking waters accidentally?
It's true. Although I think Ruben does point out how, the issue, of course, is that I think that I'm going to make this point a lot as well. That, a potential kind of ground invasion of a second country is probably going to be very unlikely, given that they can barely do this on the ground after 2 years against a non-NATO aligned, non-EU country with no nuclear weapons.
Well, Moldova, I think they'd definitely try and take Transnistria.
That's true. They would just pull another DPR, LPR. Although there's actually popular support for
yeah, no, there is. There
Transnistria.
genuinely is. Yeah, but I mean, either way, it's LPR or DPR. Yeah. Whereas, I mean, it sort of doesn't matter in the sense that would still be another sovereign nation being, invaded. And again, would buttress them further up against yet another fucking NATO ally. So,
yeah,
yippee.
Should be working to end the conflict, like people like Donald Trump say that we're actually going to negotiate and talk to people. Surely we shouldn't be sending more and more weaponry, and we should be negotiating to end the massive amounts of people who are dying.
And what kind of deal do you think could possibly be acceptable to both sides?
The only situation and the only deal which I could see would be land that Russia has acquired and land that Russian troops are in would have to go to Russia, because you need to give Putin a way out. You can't give him a situation.
I'd give him the same way out Hitler took. At his own hand. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just saying there is a way out, Vlad. In Minecraft.
Situation where you take him back to his people and he's got nothing.
Oh, lots of people shaking their heads at that. Let's see if is it the woman here with the.
I mean, it's probably going to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I just think if you are going to concede to Putin, you're only going to open the floodgates, and I agree with what you've said. And with a global lean to the right in many places, I worry what other doors that will open for other nations such as America at the moment.
And is this question about,
Oh no, heaven forbid America interfere in other people's countries. That would be a terrible change from its otherwise usual, hands-off approach.
About the potential for World War III? Are we ever closer to World War III? Is that something that worries you?
Definitely. I work in a secondary school, and it is something that children ask on a regular basis.
Really?
Unfortunately, that is the...
Yeah, and children are stupid.
But have you considered that the children are depressed because of the phones? It's because of the phones and because of Instagram. It's not because of potential nuclear conflict and climate collapse and the economy is terrible. They've got no prospect and the Nazis are back.
Yeah.
Have you considered it's actually the phones?
It's also, purple hair on the left there. Pronouns in
Woke
bio.
pronouns.
Love it. See, even in buttfuck farmland, there's still always one with dyed hair. Always. The woke mind virus. It's everywhere.
It's spreading.
Truth, yeah.
Gosh, that's not nice to hear, is it? No. The man behind you in the glasses.
I agree with Daisy, and I think Putin won't stop if he is victorious in Ukraine. It may take 2 or 3 years, but then he'll be invading Poland or Estonia or the other Baltic states, and we need to start rearming now. But at the moment, we have nothing from the government beyond a commitment to, at some point in the future, consider increasing our defence spending. It needs to happen now.
We have increased it. We increased it in the budget by £3 billion.
That's to 2.5%.
Yeah, the aim is to get to 2.5%, but you're not.
We
you're
did.
not
We
there
did.
yet.
We also we already have lots of military.
Year.
Yeah, we
already
really
have
don't.
lots of military.
Yeah.
And we're a fucking island nation
With nuclear weapons. With no one's invading us.
Exactly. We've been able to provide military aid to Ukraine continually, over and over and over again for the last 2 years, right? That tank is actual military aid rather than funding, for example, because we excess military aid that's being sent, especially when it seems that's what's frustrating, is that in America, people get mad saying, "Oh, we're sending all this money to Ukraine." Well, no, you're sending old military technology that you paid for 10 years ago that you're not using. You know who you are giving money to, though? Fucking Israel. You're still giving actual physical money to Israel.
Yep.
You don't get mad about that, do you?
No. Don't stop forgetting that Georgia exists. Well, Maria, as you're from Atlanta, do you mean that Georgia, or do you mean like Tbilisi? Because I forget both exist on the regular, to be honest. Also, hello first-time chatter who says, I need Trump's feet pics.
Don't we all?
I mean, if they exist, I'm not going to not look at them. You know.
As well, for exactly the reason.
Let's just hear from Issy again, who asked the question. Issy's right at the back there. Yeah.
Are we not more worried about how they're going to retaliate back?
How the Russians will retaliate?
Yeah. If we're using longer missiles, longer range.
That's literally the question. No, I don't want to be too rude, but that's literally the whole fucking discussion is, are we closer to World War III? I.e., will they retaliate in a way that sparks off a fucking world war? Okay, Kev, it's not important. It doesn't matter. Just let it go. I'm trying to be less angry as a person. You know, you pick and choose your battles.
Range missiles, sorry.
Well, certainly there was a missile fired today by the Russians. It was not an intercontinental ballistic missile, it was an intermediate range missile. A non-nuclear one, it's worth pointing out. Harriet.
Well, I think going back to Izzy's question, that whatever we describe this period, it's clearly a very, very highly risky international period. And one of the things that we learnt from the Second World War was that...
I thought we were at the end of history. Why is there still history happening?
End now. I am demanding history to end immediately.
I'd like to speak to the manager of history, please.
You have to stand up to evil dictators. And so clearly we've got cross-party agreement here.
Which is why we're welcoming Saudi Arabia. What the fuck? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, we can't be super cool with dictators or anything. Just ignore the cavalcade of wankers we regularly welcome at Buckingham Palace. Yay. Fuck off, man.
That we absolutely need to stand with Ukraine and their resistance to the invasion of their territory from this evil dictator.
But then how do you answer Zelensky, for example, of course, the president of Ukraine, who repeatedly asks for more weapons, and you've got Ukraine in a position now where they are losing ground, and they ask for weapons, and then when eventually they get given them, it's a long time after they've asked. So effectively, Ukraine is being put in a position where it can't win. it's losing slowly.
And the UK
How is
has
that
very
full square
much
support
yeah,
behind
no,
Ukraine?
the UK has very much been at the forefront diplomatically, internationally of making this case. And I think we've been at the forefront internationally and with the new government of making the case for the storm shadows as well. And although Nick is not able to comment operationally, and quite right too, I think it is important that we recognise that you will only get peace in this situation through strength, and we have to put Ukraine in as strong a position as possible and ensure that when they come to a time when President-elect Trump becomes president, that they're in as strong a position as possible.
So, Minette, what Issy asked, and
farmers
what a number of people in the audience asked when I look.
This will be interesting.
At your questions, just after you'd arrived, was how worried should we be about the prospect of World War III? Are we getting closer to World War III? The kind of belligerence from Russia, the uncertainty of what Donald Trump will do. I mean, is this something that? I mean, do you share those concerns?
I think the more things get ramped up, the more there is a level of feeling that appeasement is needed. And I would actually say the opposite on certainly my understanding of the relationship with Russia and Ukraine. If we go back to 2021, 3 months before Russia invaded Ukraine, they stopped all exports of nitrogen fertilizer. This has very much been a war about destabilizing food security across the world. I had nothing to do to that point with the Ukrainian Agrarian Forum, and I had my first call with them in the spring of 22. And I saw things that were so horrific of individual farms miles from anywhere that had been targeted. Cows that were burnt alive in dairies, that were just roaming the streets because these farms have been deliberately bombed. So this isn't military to military. This has been the targeting of.
I was not expecting a crispy cow story. She took me a different direction.
What's frustrating is she's making some really good points about the destabilization of food supply in Europe that's come from Putin deliberately targeting agriculture, knowing that there's a lot of other states in the West that are reliant on it as part of his kind of recreation of bloc politics of the Cold War era. And I'm just like, yeah, it's terrible when leaders deliberately target food supplies to create food insecurity for loads of people on a belligerent desire to steal territory. Imagine if we criticised Netanyahu for doing the same fucking thing at literally any point. No! Instead, Sir Keir Starmer, our human rights lawyer-in-chief, said Benjamin Netanyahu has that right. Israel has that right to cut off food water when asked whether a siege was appropriate by Nick fucking Ferrari. Why? Why can we never hold Vladimir Putin and Netanyahu to the same standards, ever?
True.
Innocent civilians and children, and these farms that were targeted and still are. Not only were those farms bombed and blasted apart, the fields were mined. So these farmers were having to go out and done throughout this.
Excellent points that she's making. Excellent points. The Israelis, the IDF fucking deliberately target farms, olive trees getting torched by settlers, burning down food security for Palestinians. They literally have previously had government ministers in the Likud party saying those Palestinians need to be put on a fucking diet. That's a direct quote, minus the expletive, with a member of the Israeli government talking about making sure that they starve Palestinians, right? Again, excellent criticisms of Russia's atrocities that they have committed in Ukraine there, Minette. Why won't anyone say it about fucking Israel?
Yeah.
War, still planting, still harvesting, removing the mines. So there is much more to this war than necessarily meets the eye. And appeasement on any level is wrong because it will not stop. And it will continue. And you know, now bringing in the friends from North Korea, it absolutely shows you what is on the table. But the agenda has been there, I think, for all to see, just not necessarily widely reported.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to take a question now. We're going to move on. Take a question now from Emma. Emma Trapmore. There you are.
Hospitals are struggling with people staying in too long and with little integration with care communities. What reforms are now needed in adult social care?
So they're just literally not going to talk about the ICC then?
No, nothing. No discussion whatsoever. That's great. That's great.
Awesome. Well done. Well done, BBC. A new low reached. Fantastic.
So, something like 4,000 people a day on average are waiting in hospital for care either at home or in a care home before they can leave the hospital. That's people staying sort of 2 weeks or longer. 4,000 a day on average. Harriet.
Well, the first thing I would say is that as a result of the sort of slow-moving car crash that was the budget that we had at the end of October, the care homes and social care providers and GP surgeries and pharmacies and palliative care settings who are now going to have to pay so much more in terms of employers' national insurance are going to struggle. And there will be many at the margin who will find that they are not viable.
But they were
And as a
struggling, hang on,
result-
and many have argued that. They were struggling long before this budget came along. They were struggling, you know, you've had 14 years in government as Conservatives and no social care plan.
The Tories are such fucking wankers that even months after they've left office, that still gets a banger of applause.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever going to forget. Yeah, again, I mentioned this on stream watching PMQs yesterday. In the when you look at this audience, most of them look like they're 45 or under. There's a couple of more older people there. Most people look under the age of 45. And if you broadly look at the entire under 45 cohort, the last election, the Tories are in 5th place. 5th place.
Yeah.
Greens, Lib Dems, Labour, and Reform all polled ahead broadly across the 18 to 45 cohort. Overall, like, I mean, these people will not forget. They won't vote they won't vote Conservative in 5 years' time. It's not going to be them. It'll be Lib Dems, or it'll be Reform, or it'll be Labour or Greens. It will not be the Conservative Party. This party is seen as illegitimate by the public, and you know, as long as we keep reminding them of what they did to our country from 2010 to 2024,
yeah,
they will continue to get this level of applause when they get rightly condemned for the fucking mess they made of this country.
My point is
the point
that
of
it's
opposition,
not,
what reforms are needed
well,
in social care?
it's not going to make it any better to increase their costs in this way. You know, clearly one of the things that local hospitals here in Wiltshire and in my home area of Worcestershire are working very, very hard to do is to make sure that people who no longer need to be in an acute hospital bed are moved to social care settings. And yes, I think that is shown to have been something that we've had to pay more and more for, and many of us will be seeing in our council tax statements that we have that extra levy to pay as a result of paying more into social care. And I don't see, with an ageing population, this being something that will turn around, but it is something that we have got to recognise. And what I think has been very, very destructive in this budget is that it just seems to be making things worse.
Daisy.
I'm very passionate about this subject, so I'm going to get on my hobby horse. The Conservatives left social care on its knees. Boris Johnson stood on the steps of Number 10 and promised that he would fix social care for good. And he has left it, and the Conservatives have left it on its knees. It is in a terrible, terrible state. We as a party, we Liberal Democrats, put health and social care front and centre of our general election campaign. And I hope that many of you saw the really passionate video that was released by my party leader, Ed Davey, when he talked about his relationship with his disabled son and why he is so passionate and driven about fixing social care. So how do we fix it? Well, number one, we want to roll out free personal care. There's a huge inequity at the moment. If you have a long-term health condition, you're looked after on the NHS. You have a long-term degenerative condition, you're not looked after in social care. The second thing is
Hang on, before you get on to the second thing, how much do you think that would cost?
Well, At the general election, the government's suggestions were that it would cost around £6 billion, but we were saying we would spend £4 billion on it because it would produce £2 billion worth of savings to the NHS. And this is the thing about social care. If you invest in social care, not only does it give people independence and dignity, it actually saves money down the line because people don't go into hospital in the first place, and you can get them out of hospital.
Okay. Savings, can you?
These are some good points that she's making here about the state of social care, the state of the NHS, and the state that the Conservative Party left social care and indeed the NHS. These are some excellent points that she's making, and she wants to provide these people with extra care, but she doesn't want to tax farmers. She doesn't want to tax private schools. She doesn't want to tax the small businesses. She doesn't want to tax anybody. So I don't know how she thinks that under her household budget kind of economics she's going to pay for it. And second of all, I would also like to point out, the Tories did leave the country in a mess, didn't they? I wonder how they managed to get into government in 2010. I wonder how they managed to form a government. They didn't win a majority in 2010. Somebody must have gone into coalition with the Conservative Party in 2010, which allowed them to have 14 years worth of uninterrupted time as the biggest party in the country. I wonder whose fault that is.
I think it was the Liberal Democrats. Yep. Yeah. They're wrong uns. I'll never forgive them.
Exactly. The political weather vanes, as ever, as I derided them as earlier on today too, just continually just saying, well, the public want this now, so we're just going to change our position and pretend that the last 14 years haven't happened and we haven't been the ones who enabled it in the first place.
Yeah, if you don't like my positions, I can have other ones.
Exactly. And again, it's worth pointing out the biggest time for the damage to our NHS under the Conservative government was from 2010 to 2015. That was the time in which NHS spending as a proportion of GDP dropped the most every single year during the coalition government. That went down. Those budgets were all signed off by the Liberal Democrats. They all voted through every single budget. Danny Alexander was Chief Secretary to the Treasury during that government. He was a Liberal Democrat minister in charge of the Treasury underneath George Osborne as Chancellor, and they signed that off, not a problem, and now our NHS is completely fucked. Well done. Well done. And now you're here to go, well, we have this solution to this problem we caused. Fuck off, don't want to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Oh, well, all the modelling by independent think tanks say that there would be savings.
Independent
Absolutely.
think
and if you look
tanks.
at Scotland, where they have a form of free...
Independent think tanks. Independent think tanks. Can we not do technocracy, please? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe not.
Personal care, there have been savings there too. So free personal care to start with, higher wages for care workers so they don't leave care to go and work in Amazon warehouses or supermarkets, and a Royal College of Care Workers to give them a proper voice on the national stage, give them the status that they really, really deserve.
Okay, so you'd need to find at least £4 billion. I don't know how much the other things would cost, but you need to find at least £4 billion. Where'd you get that from?
Well, during the general election, we had a fully costed manifesto, and we said that we would reverse the tax cuts that were given to the big banks by the Conservatives. That would raise £5.2 billion. You could reform capital gains tax to reduce it for most people, but make it higher for the super wealthy. That would also raise about £4 billion. You could double the digital services tax, and that would raise £2 billion. There are ways in which you can raise money for social care by asking those with the broader shoulders to pay more.
All right.
The man is in the middle there with a blue jacket. In the middle with a blue jacket.
Interesting. Very loud and long applause there to the idea of taxing the rich. Again, I don't think Liberal Democrats would actually want to do that when they got into government. They're just trying to say it, really, because they've never had a position on taxing the rich at all. Before now, weirdly, they just happened to take a position to the left of the Labour Party on taxing the rich specifically. But that's really never been part of that platform before. I wonder why they've taken that position. But got a big round of applause, this taxing the rich thing.
Yeah, it's almost like if you're actually interested in doing the popular thing, you could do that.
You could do that.
They would
Unfortunately,
be both
I would like to say,
and allow you to fund the government as well. It'd be very good.
Be really interesting. Unfortunately, what I will have to do is I would have to condemn the entirety of the audience as being anti-Semitic now.
There's a lot of Nazi particles going on. Yeah.
When will we stop using the debate about health and social care as a political football? I think our system here is too designed around treatment in hospital and not enough about prevention in the community. This is not going to be solved in any 5-year parliamentary cycle. What we need is a long-term strategy for health and social care, and all parties to stop squabbling over it and come together and agree a long-term strategy.
I'd like to come together all over your fucking face to shut you up, you prick.
And again, she's like, "Oh, I can't believe people are getting party political about health and social care." Yeah, we are being party political because the Tories fucked it.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah,
And to be fair, it wasn't great under Blair either. So I would like to revise myself. Neoliberalism fucked it.
Yeah.
The neoliberals screwed it up, right? And so we're attacking the neoliberals for doing things neoliberally. We want to replace it with something not neoliberal. That's why it's party political. Unfortunately, lots of parties in our politics are all neoliberal.
Yeah.
Okay. Woman in the pink.
I think, unfortunately, this is a historic and systemic issue, and you would actually take restructuring the NHS, the council, and various other bodies in order to kind of resolve this issue, and I don't think that's quite possible. And I kind of feel that now we're almost throwing good money after.
Does that person have a pair of bollocks tattooed on their arm?
It does look like it, doesn't it?
I hope not, but I fail to see what else it is. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Bad and not really getting anywhere.
All right, and is it the person next to you's got their hand up there? Yeah.
Yeah, so basically I used to work in social care, and they do get up to about 6 weeks free care. And then after that, they have to see if a means, so if they can afford to pay for a carer to come in for even more care, or they get free care if they've got enough, haven't got enough money in savings, or they have to sell, like going into, I also now work in a care home, and a lot of the people have to sell things to be able to go into a care home, which is unfair, really.
Okay. And what? I mean, the $64,000 question. What do you think the answer is? I mean, this has defied governments for years. I mean, what would you say the solution is?
I think the solution is basically to allow so much care for people that really can't afford it. I mean, yeah, everybody deserves care, I understand that. But I've seen people in their homes and they've got nothing, absolutely nothing, no one to turn to, and, you know, no food or anything.
Nick?
Well, look, I think the discussion so far has shown the seriousness and the challenge of this issue. Now, on coming to office, the government, as I indicated a moment or two ago, has made a very significant investment into our whole healthcare system, which I think is urgently necessary. On care workers, we've already started work on fair pay agreements with carers, which I think are absolutely vital. I think, frankly, in the past, it's been scandalous how low paid our carers have been. And I think both in terms of the status we give them and their pay, that is hugely important. But I do agree with the gentleman in the middle who spoke, who said that we do need a longer-term solution to this. And the government will be publishing a strategy, a 10-year strategy for our healthcare system that I think is going to be vitally important. But you are also right to say this is going to take, I think, some cross-party consensus. This issue has been in the too difficult box in politics for too long. But to get a long-term sustainable solution, I do actually think working cross-party is going to be really important.
And in your manifesto, you promised to create a national care service. What is that?
Well, the first thing that would introduce, which I think is critical, is going to be national standards right across the country. And I think that's going to be crucial, not just in terms of the standards of care.
So it's not actually a national care service then?
No.
It's just a set of guidelines. Whereas people would have heard it during the election. Well, that's like the NHS, but for care. That sounds really good. Probably just vote for it. And now, to be fair, they've already said that they're dropping it. They already said that they're ditching the National Care Service plan. That's already been binned off.
Yeah.
We already have national standards anyway, as Poppy points out in chat.
Yeah, yet another promise broken.
From Keir Starmer? Surely not.
He's not a liar. No.
Exactly. No one's suggesting that Keir Starmer is a morally corrupt serial liar.
No.
Care that people are entitled to expect. but also crucial, in my view, in terms of pay and conditions to ensure that we've actually got the workforce that we need as well.
And will it do anything to give more money to social care or to make it more affordable for people to have social care?
Well, that is precisely the debate that we now need to have, and that is why, in the new year, the government will be publishing that 10-year strategy.
The man in the... You've got a sort of white shirt and a blue top on there, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the whole social care system is totally broken, messed up by all governments in the first place. Workers should be paid more in social care, but in terms of NHS, there should be more money going into preventative strategies as well. Things like prostate cancer, for example, where you should have a screening program that could prevent, early stages of prostate cancer.
See, but I get criticised for going on about fingering, but when this guy brings it up, it's fine apparently.
So which, if left undiagnosed, then the cost to the economy is just absolutely awful. So we need better prevention strategies.
Agree.
It's absolutely
Yeah, I agree entirely, and that's one of the reforms to our NHS, that we need that shift from treatment to prevention, which is so crucial.
Woman in the red sweater here in the front.
Have you got a time frame for the introduction of the National Care Service? Because at the moment, a lot of the social care is picked up by small charities who are plugging the gap. And they've really struggled with the increase in employers' national insurance and the decrease in winter fuel allowance, as they quite often found a lot of people were gifting that to the charities who were plugging the gap. So you talk about a 10-year strategy, but when are things actually going to change?
Yes, when will people notice the difference?
Well, and I think that's an entirely fair challenge. That's the challenge that this government has to meet. And in terms of, you're talking about charities, of course we've taken difficult decisions on employer national insurance. That's entirely correct. We've had to do that. But obviously with charities, for example, they still wouldn't pay business rates. We've also doubled the employment allowance
hang on a minute.
in terms of that.
But the lady in the red sweater said it wasn't a challenge, it was a question, which is when any of us, I appreciate you're saying it's possibly a 10-year plan, but Labour has just become the government since last July. When might any of us expect to see a difference in social care? Is it fair to expect it in the next 3 years or by the end of this
this government's been elected for a parliament, and we have to show that difference to the public. And in terms of the strategy that I'm talking about, 10-year strategy, I also say that, of course, we need to show that difference. You're entirely right. But this is also something, if ever there was an issue
whilst
in
this guy's waffling, should we point out he's not answered the fucking question, because, of course, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
They said they have a 10-year strategy for care, but that's not the same as when they're going to set up a national care service. And it's not the same because they're not going to do it. They're not going to set up a national care service. That shit's been ditched.
Yeah. But heaven forbid they actually tell the truth, ever.
Never.
Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake, that Icelandic volcano's kicking off again.
Oh, yeah, Fjölljökull, that one.
One of it. Well, okay, there's no need to flex. Yeah, you're clever. I know. Anyway.
It's the only Icelandic volcano I remember the name of.
I don't know. Volcano on Iceland's Reykjanes Peninsula erupts for the 7th time this year. Well, that's not ideal. But if we survive the first 6, I reckon we'll be alright. Anyway.
For a long-term solution, it's social care. And that's exactly what we have to provide as well.
Man here in the green top, yes.
My wife works as a care manager at a care home. You're saying that the national care, whatever you want to call it, is going to come in with more standards. You already got standards. It's called CQC.
The Care Quality Commission.
Yes. Yeah. So what are you going to do? Bring more CQC in or start another new quango? Because that's all you do. And I'll give you one...
The second one. The second one. It's always the second one with Labour. Always.
As we well know, the Keir Starmer strategy is, of course, quangos and inshallah. There you go.
The quangocracy.
He's got it. Quangocracy.
For instance, a patient or a guest at my wife's place has paid $250,000.
Also, I just want to say, I really appreciate the acting range of Danny DeVito, because this is one of his better characters. I didn't think he could pull off a British accent this well. He's very good.
£1,000. She is now skint. okay? The local council say they want to take her out of the home and take her somewhere else. How is that care for the patient? She's been there for 20 years, has got friends there. She's 92. All I see from your government is promises.
92? I think we found Jake Paul's next opponent. Hello?
Promises. It's everybody else's fault, but not ours. It's about time you woke up to what's actually happening.
Oh, hang on a minute. Right when you felt like that. Yeah, it's time he woke up.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, he was on a winner, but no, terrible.
He said he said woke. Also, Nobley is, I think, is right actually, saying if they actually set up a real proper national care service, and it was like the only thing they did in 5 years, we enough to get them the next election. I think they have to fix the rest of the NHS as well, but fix the NHS, get it back on its feet fit for the future, and setting up a national care service. I think they would win the next election. I think you're absolutely right.
Why are so many people not happy? Can I just say, crazy motherfucker, you came in. That's their name, by the way. I'm not calling them that. You came in, and your first comment you ever made on my channel was the Iceland volcano is kicking off again. What do you mean? Why are people not happy? The world is shit.
Oh, see, Kerry Katona's agent's mad again.
True. Is she still around? Is she still a thing?
No idea.
Of course, but in terms of the point that you're making, it's precisely because people, whatever part of the country they are living in, can expect that same standard of care. And it's to the point that I think you're making about the experience of the person you referred to. That's exactly why we've got to have the change. So wherever you live in the country, you can expect that high standard.
Minute.
I mean, I completely agree with so much of what has been said, and particularly what you have said just now. And
but farmers shouldn't have to pay for it, so fuck off. is the gist. Okay.
I think a lot, you know, a bit like what I was saying with farmland, our care homes have been bought up by private equity. You know, we have less and less British-owned business. And Lord Darcy's latest report, you talk about debating it, Nick. I mean, we need to fix it because it's very clear what needs to be done. And he was absolutely adamant that he was shocked at the state of the NHS, and he was equally shocked at the state of the nation's health.
But surely what's a lot less clear, Minute, is how we're going to pay for it.
Well,
what's interesting as well, actually,
proposal was that
She goes on and was saying, well, private equity have bought up so much of this country. And she's absolutely right to do so, right? But it's really interesting looking at how both the right and the left both get angry at private equity. So obviously I mentioned before, Keir Starmer tweeted positively today about working with BlackRock, which is of course evil. BlackRock are evil. They want to own everything. They are buying up huge numbers of amounts of shares in companies and like private accommodation and housing and things like that, for example. And the left hate that because we understand that as being monopoly capitalism. We understand that as being the end result of a free market in which people who have all the money can outcompete those who have none due to economies of scale, meaning the centralization of power amongst the corporate class and all of that entails, and that's our central critique of capitalism. And right-wingers hate them because they wish they were them.
Yeah, pretty much.
They want like small landlords hate BlackRock because they're big landlords. Like small landowners hate BlackRock because they're big landowners. It's nothing to do with the systemic problem of what they're doing. It's that they're doing what they wish they were doing, but on a bigger scale, which is a really interesting dynamic. But you know, I think we can that's why I push for the Green Party to be really anti-corporate, because I think you can kind of sublimate this anti-corporate stuff from the right into being a broader corporate anti-left politics by not really telling them that you're doing it for systemic reasons, and they won't notice. I think that'd be an interesting electoral tactic.
Well, not just as an electoral tactic, but as a basic, like, if you're going to be the party of ecology, who are the people killing the planet?
Yeah,
it's big corporation cunts. It's BP.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, it's your average person isn't really doing that. It's this whole carbon footprint shit needs to fuck right off.
And that's what I think I need to do. That's why I think if I was going to, I mean, I probably will shoot a DM at Zach Polanski and talk strategy at some point. But I think on the anti-corporate angle, there's like three main things. The corporations are destroying the world. They're destroying the planet. They are destroying our communities, and they are destroying our economy. Like, there's the main 3 points that we need to focus on. These are the main 3 things. You just focus on these 3, and you can get people on side, because you get climate conscious like Tory types on board. You get young like anti-capitalists on board as well, and you get these kind of people on board too, whilst not really necessarily playing into their actual political interests.
Also, I can't let you get away with that humble brag of the deputy leader of the Green Party and member of the London Assembly, I believe.
Yeah, he does. He follows like 10,000 people though.
True,
so.
but like, I'm just going to shoot him a DM and just sort of chat strategy with him, you know. Like, come on now. Again, no need to flex. No need to flex.
I did interview him 2 weeks ago, to be fair.
You did, well, yeah, you're good friends.
Just humble brag again.
Yeah, I mean, you just call him, what, Z-Bomb? What'd you call him?
Z-Bomb, my mate. My good time boy.
My rotten soldier.
Yeah.
Too much money is being invested just in hospitals, and we have to get back to investing in communities, to investing in GP surgeries and investing in social care. We have to spread this, and we also have to challenge the productivity on the back of it. So, you know, it's not a one size fits all, but I do think it's a huge issue that we are selling out, and local communities are really suffering. GP surgeries, we don't have a named doctor anymore. It's harder and harder to get an appointment. They could do so much of the heavy lifting in all of this if it was split evenly and the same amount of focus and ambition put on GPs as well as on hospitals and on social care. At the moment, it doesn't seem that way.
Woman back there with the glasses.
It's not really a question as such, but more as a statement. I think it's Harriet. If you spoke really passionately about what should have been done, why didn't you do it in those 14 years?
True.
We obviously put a huge amount of extra resource into our NHS and into social care.
Fuck off.
And
literally just fuck off. Yeah.
Literally fuck off. Like, you put it in once the pandemic happened, and you had to spend loads of money stopping it from collapsing because of all of the money you'd taken out of it, because again, it dropped per capita, funding as a percentage of GDP in the NHS dropped every single year from 2010 to 2019, and put loads of resources into the NHS. How about you go and fuck off into Minecraft?
Yes.
And then a terrible pandemic came along, and I think that,
Well, I hear certain parts of Ireland are very nice this time of year.
True. In fact, I've already said I want to turn Ascension Island into a fucking Labour camp. Like a fucking prison camp. And we can send these people over there.
You did, I'm not in any way saying that was a good thing for our NHS and social care. It was a terrible time for
you did the Lansley reform,
it really was difficult.
Yeah, it was a terrible time for the NHS when you were in government. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And we're
I think what
still
everyone's
dealing
groaning
with the
about is not the
consequences.
fact that there was a pandemic. I mean, we all know that was terrible, but the fact that prior to the pandemic, you had quite a long time in government to be able to come up with something and didn't.
The waiting list continued increasing.
Well, I think we could be here all night talking about some of the major improvements that were made in terms of some of the things that prevention and screening and so on that we have been talking about.
Actually.
And
Actually,
I
that's
fully
fine.
support
Yeah,
that
we
direction.
could.
Oh, hang on.
Pandemic.
We could spend time talking about all of the things that you did to improve the NHS whilst you're in government, because it would take 0 seconds.
Yeah.
It would take no time because you did nothing good for the NHS.
Yeah.
Travel and hope that Nick and his team are able to achieve that.
And since you're both here, and Nick is talking about cross-party working, could you realistically see yourself putting party allegiances aside? And because we've never had it on
Well, no,
it's about allegiance, it's about ideology.
A proposal that we can all live with in the future.
Yes, I think we could. I'll tell you why. Many of us come into politics because we genuinely want to make a difference. We actually want to improve people's lives. And as a constituency MP,
the lives of your
I hear from my
donations.
constituents in St Albans as well as people all around the country.
Yeah, I got into politics to improve the lives of Rupert Murdoch.
Exactly. I got into Frank Hester.
Yeah.
About the absolutely devastating experiences that they have when they cannot get the social care that they need. There's an estimate that more than 1 million people have got unmet care needs in this country. If Labour wants to start cross-party talks, we will be there. Not only will we take part in good faith, but we will bring along our manifesto, which set out exactly how we could fix social care, and we will put those ideas on the table as the starting point. We've got ideas, we're prepared to bring them to the table, we will work cross-party, and we want to get those solutions, because that's why we come into politics. We want to make that difference to people's lives.
And we had the Dilnot reforms, if you recall, under the time when we were in coalition together, and
I was not in coalition then.
you know, I think they.
Well, the Lib Dems.
This was the proposal whereby you wouldn't have to sell your home effectively because it would be capped and limited, and again that got thrown off course, didn't it, by in the last Parliament, and then cancelled completely immediately that Labour came to power.
Well, and also Conservatives delayed it as well. It was supposed to come in 2023, and then they delayed to 2025. So
It was a Tory plan.
Let's hear from one more person. You've had your hand up for ages. The woman in the middle towards the back.
Thank you. If memory serves me right, I think Anne Widdecombe many, many years ago proposed a royal commission to look at the whole situation of social care and how it was funded. But why I'm here tonight is because I work and volunteer for Dorothy House Hospice, which covers 800 square miles, Wiltshire and Somerset. The new announcement of national insurance rates and the reduction in the banding of when that kicks in will mean an impact on our finances of £422,000 in this financial year alone. How does the Treasury and Rachel Reeves justify not supporting hospices which provide excellent palliative care across the country, which the NHS itself admits it cannot do as well as your local hospice?
So I've only got about 20 seconds left. I appreciate it. But is that something that the government is prepared to look at and possibly review?
Yeah, actually, pause.
We support.
Yeah, Daisy Cooper saying we get into politics to make a difference in people's lives and pass some of the worst welfare cuts in exchange for a 5p plastic bag tax. Yeah, great point, well made.
The budget. Hospices do a fantastic job. We've had to take a very difficult decision on employer national insurance, but charities will continue not to
Christ,
pay.
Mate. You're being absolutely rinsed in chat
Being
there.
heckled.
You're being weird champed by the audience, mate. Jesus Christ. You're shit at this. You really are.
Business rates, and we've also doubled the employment allowance for those smaller charities.
They should be excluded,
That's
though.
the limit of it. OK. You got your answer. I'm not sure it's the answer you wanted, but you got an answer. That is it for this week. Thank you.
Yeah, literally just ignore the arrest warrants. Just ignore our complicity in genocide completely this week.
Absolutely, good. Yeah, they said, we'll definitely hear more about Israel-Palestine later on, except not on the day where the fucking most important thing that's happened in months, like...
Yeah, no need to mention that. No need to come up with lies if you just don't talk about it.
Exactly.
It's literally BBC editorial policy, apparently. Awesome.
Very true. Very true.
Who should we raid into?
I think we should raid into Dead Domain, because they are hot and I want to smooch them. You can tell them that, by the way, when I raid in.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're back with Christy tomorrow for...
I'm not actually, no, I'm on with Curtis tomorrow.
Oh shit, you're doing Normal Island,
I
aren't
am
you?
doing
Yeah,
Normal Island, yes.
Everyone can tune into... Actually, you should tune into both Kevin and Normal Island simultaneously so they both get algorithmic reach. You should do that. And also follow KF Logan 1875 over on Twitch and Ploppy111 on YouTube. Go and do it now.
Well, yeah, indeed. And everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all of the platforms.
Do it. Take care, stay safe, and of course, free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea.
Bye.
Bye.